throw beverages and snacks.
Was there a soda over there?
There's some on that table over there.
Silence your cell phones.
Do you want a cookie? Because we have those cookies from lunch.
There's some extra sandwiches too.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I just offered Janet a cookie.
I'm just telling you.
I'm not cussing, I promise.
Can't wait to do human resources.
Oh, where's Laura?
Hey, Mayor, how's we doing week 2? How's the mayor's challenge going? Did you get us?
We're doing terrible. We're
What? Where's Brian Hines at?
in
anyway?
last place.
Last place?
Well,
Brian's up doing exercise to get on the credit.
number of people.
Try to run your numbers up.
I didn't see his name on the list, so I don't know.
You see the list?
I've seen the list. Come on, girl.
I'm on a little bit.
I know, but come on, man, step it up. Brian, we're ready. He's not.
You're
He's
3
not.
minutes late.
Ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, last year I talked about our employees being our #1 asset, and as I've listened to presentations today, I think the #1 trait of our employees this year has been adaptability. So today I'll talk a little bit about COVID-19 and the things that we did to, on the back end, get prepared for and feel like we were doing as much as we could for our employees and organization as COVID came on board. We'll go through employment numbers and give an update on technology, the different pieces that we've worked on this year to improve some of our efficiencies related to all aspects of employment. So COVID. This time last year, I think I was thinking about COVID 24/7. I didn't put dates on here, but March really was a busy, busy month preparing for COVID, our COVID response. So the first thing that we did was ask for approval for Anthony to be able to make some temporary amendments to the personnel policy to address different pieces. The first one that we looked at was encouraging employees to telecommute when they could. As we didn't know at the time what the impact was going to be, so we just wanted to make sure that we would have the availability for employees to be able to work from home as they needed to. We also looked at expanding our leave policies so that if people needed to stay home with a child because daycare was canceled or school was canceled, that they could use whatever leave they had available. Their child didn't have to be sick to be able to stay home, things like that. And then also, as we, again, in March, didn't really know what the impact would be for employees if someone were going to be sick. what was that going to look like? What kind of impact was that gonna have on their leave? We have lots of employees who haven't been with us for many years, and so they may have not had enough leave to cover that time. So we made an allowance for employees to be able to take up to 40 hours basically on loan. So if they were at 0 accrued hours, they would be able to use 40 hours as they needed it and repay that time. And while that was going on, we were also working on the telecommuting policy. Obviously, Larry was working on getting the deployment of everything that needed to happen for telecommuting, working on exposure guidelines, especially with the police department. I think that was kind of the initial group that thought, oh my gosh, how are we going to react to this? What are we going to do as we come in contact people with COVID? So developing some protocols there. That, I feel like, has changed probably 5 times since this started, as far as what does an exposure look like, what do you need to do in response to an exposure, what do we need to do to make sure that if someone has an exposure or has a positive, how do we treat them, how do we treat the people that were in contact with them. So that's been an ongoing piece for us. Obviously, we had lots of questions and concerns about availability of masks, what kind of masks we needed to have, hand sanitizer, all of those kinds of things with the police department. Because they were looking at using N95 masks, we had to update our respiratory program. We had to make sure that fit testing was done. We had to make sure that training was done for that. We had to make sure that a piece of a medical evaluation was done with that before we could have everybody using the N95 mask. So on so much of this, it was a lot of work, both on the, developing the policies, but also working with the departments to figure out what they needed and to make sure that we got all of those things done so that we were as prepared and safe as we could be. So that all occurred, I would say, the beginning of March. And then we began to get more, like the schools closed. So the gyms weren't open. So then we had to think about, okay, so now our part-time employees who predominantly are in the Parks and Rec department don't have programs to report to. So we looked at and began furloughs. And at the same time, different departments had to recognize how could they adapt. If you have programs in gyms and now you don't have programs in gyms, can those people work somewhere else? And so Parks and Rec did a lot to try to move people around, to try to keep as many people as we could employed. That was a big fear for a lot of people also. And so that was, again, adaptability, trying to make sure that we were doing the best that we could to keep our employees safe, employed, working. Unemployment requests, I'll talk about that on the next slide. So once we had all of that figured out, about that time, the federal government came out with the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, which mandated some different types of leave. So where we had initially said, we'll give you up to 40 hours if you need it, this said, here are specific things that you have to do. You have to give employees 80 hours of leave if they need it for themselves. So if you are exposed, if you are positive, that's 80 hours for the employees. If you have a family member that you have to care for, or if you have child care issues, you have the availability of the 80 hours on the onset, but then you also, the second piece to that was, because it was going to be an ongoing thing, FMLA, Emergency Family Medical Leave Act, for people to continue to take leave for an additional 12 weeks related to that, for a total of 12 weeks, sorry. So at that point, we went back and amended that first personnel amendment, policy amendment, and moved forward with the new types of leave. At the time, we saw the expiration date of that in December of 2020 and thought, they're gonna have to come back and adjust this because there's no way this is gonna last till December. Well, we were wrong. And so obviously in December when that expired, again, we had to come back and look at, all right, what are we gonna do for employees? We still have employees who maybe don't have enough leave to cover their time out, and may have continuing issues. At the time, our positive rates were going up within the organization, so we were having people who, through this whole time, hadn't used leave to be out, who were needing to take 2 leaves off because they had to comply with the quarantine. So we reverted back to that initial personnel policy where we allow employees who exhaust leave to be able to take 40 hours of leave that they would repay in the future. So what did that look like for our employees? Here you can see we had 40 employees. Obviously not all of our employees can telecommute. We had 40 employees do some form of telecommuting, whether it was on a regular Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or just kind of as they needed to throughout this time period. We furloughed 32 employees, and like I said, those were our part-time employees. We had 30 people apply for unemployment, so that was kind of an unexpected piece initially, where the part-time people were eligible for unemployment, so, and DES was overwhelmed with those requests, so we had notices coming in pretty regularly for employees. We did have 3 employees who had fraudulent claims, so a claim would come in and an employee would say, I didn't file that. They would get a notice in the mail, we would get a notice, I know you're still working, so how could you file for unemployment? So we worked through some of those issues as well. This screen, over this entire period, the estimated number of employee positives is actually 23, it's got 22 up there. That's employee positives. So that means that those people had to take generally 2 weeks off, and potentially, you know, it could have been a home exposure, it could have been an unknown exposure. For the employee exposures that's on here, 47, that was during the period from March to December. So we've had a few more since then, but those were people, again, who used some of that leave to be out because they were exposed. The employee childcare, we had 12 employees who used some form of leave related to childcare. 3 of those had a continuing need that bumped them into that FMLA grouping. We do still have employees whose children are still not back in school or maybe are on a varied schedule, so we do still have some employees who are dealing with that issue now. The leave time used here, so from the period from March through December, those 41 weeks, we had someone using leave 40 of the 41 weeks. So it was a constant, sometimes it was a trickle, sometimes it was a lot more than a trickle, but throughout that period, we had 1 week where we didn't have anyone using some type of leave. And the hours for that was a little bit more than regular full-time hours for one employee. So you had COVID, you had some political disruption going on throughout this. You had people dealing with children, trying to figure out what's going on with how are they going to take care of their child, what are they going to be doing, just the uncertainty of what's coming with this. So one thing that we tried to do was reach out with as much of the mental health, stress reduction, anxiety type things that we could find as a resource for employees. So our employee assistance program was pretty regularly sending out information. Here's a hot topic right now. We tried to get that out to employees just to, you know, recognize that this is something that is stressing a lot of people out. And here are resources available for you if you need them. We did a mental health wellness webinar. Of course, throughout this, we all learned a mean, who hasn't been on a webinar? Lots of webinars. So that was an option that we used and recorded so that employees could, if they couldn't do it while they were at work, they would have access to it whenever they needed it. We did a guided meditation at Veterans Park. We partnered with Davidson to do a town versus town walking challenge. So we tried to find some ways to continue to support employees, both while they're at work, but also as they're dealing with some of these other issues outside of work.
Who won the walking challenge?
Davidson.
I don't think they're working there.
Yes. So that was, like I said, it's been something that really has impacted every department, COVID, in one way or another, whether it's having to change up your programming, just supporting your employees. Like I said, from about mid-February through about mid-April, I feel like that's all I did, some of us did. Angie at the time, we sat together for a lot to figure out what are the things that we need to do to address COVID in the organization. Employment. So this is just a quick snapshot of where we are. The first column is our budgeted position, middle column is full-time positions, and then the last column is part-time positions currently. So this is current filled positions. Not a huge surprise here. We actually are pretty well staffed. Parks and Rec has a position that they have left vacant. It's an athletics position. Makes sense right now if we don't know 100% that we're going to be able to do all of athletics. Gyms are still closed as far as the school gyms that they work in. And Public Works has an open position right now that should be filled within the next 2 weeks. Police is down 12 positions right now. On the next slide, you'll see you can see 3 retirements that we've had in the town. In the police department, there are 3 more coming in the next 3 months. So they'll go right now 12 positions to 15 positions down. They do have some people in the lineup, but that'll be a little bit of time before they're on board.
Laura, this slide is fiscal year. That's not 3 retirements in 6 weeks.
Correct, fiscal year. So in the retirements, 2 in police and 1, particularly for me, important in HR. We had 3 people retire, and like I said, we'll have 3 more in the next 3 months, and those are all 3 in the police department. So one thing that I've heard a little bit throughout the morning also is we haven't slowed down. All of the other things that have been going on still go on. Employees still have questions about benefits. We're still doing benefit enrollment. We're still, bidding different products. There's everything that we normally do is going on, and I think this slide is a good example. This time last year, our numbers were about the same as far as hires and separations. So we're not far from where we were last year. One interesting thing, I think, in March, I believe we had 3 offers out to potential employees that we had to keep deferring because we didn't know, were we going to be open? Were we going to be able to get these potential employees into the organizations? Going back to adaptability, flexibility, they were great to work with, very understanding, and I'm glad to say that they all ended up coming on board, so that's great. We didn't lose anybody through that kind of awkward period of, yeah, I'm not sure we can bring you in right now. So that's great that we've been able to continue to work through that process, and to be able to hire people is great. And the bottom is just where we are with budgeted positions, full-time positions overall within the organization. Technology update, this is the exciting part. Last year we had several pieces that we were working on or starting to work on. I'm excited to say that we're doing really well on all of them. The first one is our applicant and applicant tracking system. So the police department has used this for several years. Now we're using it townwide. Here you can see we were able to brand 2 sites. So the police department didn't lose their ability to have a special police branded site, but we also have a similar site that has all of our positions on it. The slight difference is just the end of it where we have police. So that was an important piece for them to be able to keep that. Now, as someone looks for a position with the town, they can see the job description and they can apply online, and they don't have to print out a paper version and write on it and scan it back to us. So it's very exciting. We're in the process of working with supervisors to train them on the system and what they can see, so that, again, we're not emailing applications back and forth. They'll be able to log in, look at the applications, and finish the recruiting process. I didn't get hired for that job. I don't know if you noticed the application. The other piece is Learn. This is our learning management system. We are almost ready to start assigning classes to people. So this has been really exciting. I think we have access to about 1,000 classes on here. That's safety training, that's supervisory training, that's Word document training, that's effective communication training, all sorts of opportunities in here where we can assign classes. We can build our own courses. So this one that you see here, logging your hours and approving time, that's one that we've built so that employees who are new with the organization have a tutorial to know how to do that and be able to access it. Supervisors will be able to see and hear who's done what training, who still needs to do different pieces of training. So it's very exciting. Like I said, yep.
This is my nerdy stuff. Does this do the OSHA training and then like log the certificates for you guys?
Yes and no.
Okay.
There is a lot of different pieces of training in there. I don't know for true certification, like for the 10-hour course, I don't know that you get a true certificate in here for that. It's more of your general, bloodborne pathogen, lifting, those kinds of things.
So,
but we can print, that you've completed.
yeah, just in
class.
case an audit happens or something, you can just pull it
Yes.
easily. Okay, that's awesome.
Yep. So the other piece that we have been working on is employee self-service. This allows employees to log in and look at their pay information. Initially, it was just showing data, but finance has been working also very hard on some technology on their end where we can now actually access a pay advice. We're still doing paper distribution of pay advices, and if someone needs a copy, they've got to call us and we send them a copy. This will be they'll be able to get online and do it themselves. We have a soft rollout in admin, so working through some of the technical pieces there still, and also waiting for, and Larry may speak to this or Patty may speak to this, an upgrade of the Munis system, which is kind of the background system that supports this, so that we're not having to do 2 separate rollouts essentially. And then the human resource module in the Munis system, again, is going to help us with efficiency to be able to move from a very paper-based system to an electronic system for things like personnel actions. So what's next? The new norm. I think Ryan said something about the new norm. As I mentioned, we're still doing everything that we've always done. We'll still be doing all of those things. The big thing I think for us as an organization to look at is how we continue to provide good customer support for our employees, to provide a good customer experience for them. Communication is different now than it was a year ago, where we had a lot of in-person trainings or in-person events. Our barbecue that we normally would have, we're not having those. So we've started a new HR newsletter to try to, on a monthly basis, just get out to employees, remind them of different resources that are available to them, just kind of that check-in. We'll continue to look for efficiencies, again, with technology that can help get them access to what they need, but also in a lean organization, be able to get as much that we can get done as efficiently as we can get them done. And that is all I have.
Okay, any questions or thank yous? Commissioner Munger?
Yeah, to your point, I just want to commend you and your staff and really all of the town staff for being able to persevere and work through this, and really appreciate everything you put together and the adaptability to be able to work with employees to have them meet their needs and continue the effort of government in general. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boone?
Laura, I have one question. On the separations, in 2018, everything jumped up to 30, and they were just kind of being about average, but for 2018, what happened then? Was it the separations?
And just as a reminder, separations includes any way that you leave the organization, so voluntary or involuntary. I'll have to go back and double check that.
I'm thinking that's about the time we had the pay differential from the police department and other law enforcement agencies. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Remember, these are fiscal years up here, right?
Right, yeah.
So
that
FY
would've-
18.
Yeah,
So
17,
that was,
18.
that's when I think y'all hired me in June of 18, which would be FY 19, and y'all were saying, hey, we need to really look at police pay and various things, so I think you hit it on the head, Mr. Boone. I haven't gone back and looked at the details, I don't remember that far back, but that's when you said we need to do something.
Thank you.
And I just do have one thing to say. Hopefully you've noticed, obviously Laura has taken us to a new level with technology and obviously working through all these things we've been doing with COVID. So she's taken us to a whole new level. So I just want to say that. She's doing a great job.
Commissioner Hines?
Thank you for the presentation. Quick question. Notice that we're teleworking. Was there a way that we were able to track the productivity of, teleworking, or did you just have conversations with directors? I mean, was it a good balance? I mean, did it slow anything down?
Like I said, clearly I think we've been able to see that it didn't slow anything down. It has been, I would say, more a supervisor by supervisor communication, and I think we've tried to continue to have check-ins just to make sure that things are going well. We've consistently tried to update who's teleworking, what days are they teleworking, just to be mindful of who is where throughout this process. I don't feel like we've had any issues where we have identified that there was any lower productivity, so that has been great. But mostly that's just been one-on-one connections with the supervisors and the employees.
Good, thank you.
So, new normal. So a big debate is when or if employers are going to require their employees to come back. So what are we doing in terms of that? I mean, are we saying you're going to be able to continue this way forever, or are we going to start saying in 6 months or a year? What are we looking at as a benchmark to say, well, we want you back in the office, depending on the job, obviously.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of variables to that. Certainly we want to continue to be flexible for families who have kids in school and need some flexibility to be able to work around that. The other piece, we had done a reconfiguration in town hall about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, ago. And when we did that, we lowered some walls. I think Ryan was talking about what does the space look like. And so we had to make some readjustments, and we had to have people flex schedules because we had spaces where they were just too close together. So I think we have to look at that, make sure that the spaces that we have available for people are right and meet all of the guidelines. And I think that's something that's going to continue to be an issue for us and for all employers. What is that going to continue to look like? And as we weigh those, begin to bring employees back in, but continue to offer some flexibility as we need it.
Yeah, and I'd add on that, Mayor, she's right, flexibility right now. Long-term goal is bring back in, but, you know, it may be that we really need to look at if a person could work from home. And if that's a big selling point, let's face it, the private sector is going to probably do a lot of that, already doing it. You know, is that something, and governments are moving in that direction too, is that something that that person can still be, for the most part, just spot on by working from home? And is that an advantage that we can, is that a selling point to bring more people here to fill spots? You know, those things we've got to look at, as you say, things are flexing and moving. But right now, the initial stage is be as flexible as we can because people got different issues. Bring them back in, but it may be something we change policy-wise. That, you know, obviously we'll have that discussion with the board to be able to flex and move in a new direction. So it's a moving target right now.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you.
All right.
Hopefully this next year will be a lot easier.
I think you just jinxed it. Thanks.
All right. We got the team of Trott and Fox coming up next.
Yeah, Mr. Trott's going to wow you with a bunch of slides, I know. And so we did ask him on a lot of these, you know, you get a monthly report on these transportation projects. So some of these, he may go a little faster because he may have 95 or so slides. I can't remember, maybe 60. But they've got a lot of stuff going on, and the guys and girls on their team are doing a great job. So if you need him to slow down, you have to tell him to slow down.
Well, I can tell you that when Jackie did the slideshow the other day at the mayor's lunch, you didn't even have to take a breath and she was on to the next slide. So we'll find a happy medium between that.
So would it be best if we ask questions as we go?
Yes, I
Or
was
you- okay.
getting ready to get started. So,
Should we ask you or Kevin?
Kevin. He's got all the answers.
He's the straight man.
All right. As Anthony was saying, there's a lot of slides. I think we have 60, 70 slides-ish. So I think a lot of these first ones, it'll be information that you've heard a lot of before. So I'm going to try to go through theirs. If you got questions, just stop me on a project. You want to get more details. But we'll start from there. We're going to talk about projects. So what we're doing now, what we've been doing, what's coming up, DOT projects, sidewalk projects. What are some potential projects that we want to look at, program in future years? Look at some ADA sidewalk maintenance, and then the old TIA. Throw that one in there just for fun. All right, so some projects that we've completed in 2020. Cpcc Sidewalk, actually one just right out here. So there's now sidewalk on both sides of the street on Verhoff Road for the entire length between 115 and 21. So that's great. Got that completed. Also pedestrian-wise, Bud Henderson and Beatty's Ford. This is out there near the community school at Davidson. There's also, drawing a blank on the elementary
Richard
school. Right there as well, but that traffic signal was upgraded for additional pedestrian enhancements. Got that completed. Also resurfaced 6.2 miles of streets. That's roughly maybe 3% of total mileage. I'm looking at Kevin because Kevin knows all this stuff by heart. So those are things we completed last year. So current town projects, I'm not going to go through this list because I've got a slide on each one, but we've got a whole lot of projects that we have underway right now. Here's a map of where they all are. They're spread out all over town, east, west, north, south. We have projects going on. going on everywhere. So, ones that we have under construction right now, Commerce Station, sidewalk and street trees. Finishing out that section, the road's been built, you've got an industry down there, but sidewalk and street trees had not yet been completed, didn't need that in to get the industry down there, so now they're completing that, maybe 70%-ish. Okay, so 85% complete with that. Probably been a little bit of slowdown with the weather. I did forget my water. Dang it, she asked me right before. So, again, weather slowing down a little bit because it seems to be raining every day. It's hard to do a lot of construction work. It's raining every day, literally. Another project underway is Gibson Park Drive Phase 1. This is between Main Street and 115. I think they've got the stormwater work complete out there, but again, it's raining every day, so they can't get out there and do curb and gutter, sidewalk, and paving until it stops raining.
Steve, a quick question on this. I remember having a conversation. Maybe are we going to have to tear up any of this work because when the two-way pair begins construction? Okay, so
Not
because I was thinking we were holding off on this and we were going to do it in conjunction at the same time that the other project was going.
We had entertained a delay in the project to combine it with the Main Street project. When they put the Main Street project on hold, we went ahead and moved forward with it. And if there is any impact to it, it'll be just very minimal at the two ends.
Okay.
All right. Next one's Holbrook Street Extension. Doing some design revisions on this. This is another project kind of similar to Gibson Park where we were waiting on another project, the US 21 to Gilead project, to occur before we did this one, as the drainage system for this project tied into 21 to Gilead project. So we were waiting on 21 Gilead to get done with part of theirs before we did this. Since that project keeps getting delayed, we're going to go ahead with that. So right now we're doing some design revisions. We have all the right-of-way complete. Basically, we're just shortening the project a little bit so that we can go ahead and build a lot of it now. So from the Aldi driveway over to just past Marguerite, where Holbrook Street ends today, that's the project we're looking forward to move forward with, and hopefully this spring let that for construction. So that would be this calendar year construction timeline. If it ever stops raining. Patterson Road Extension, design's complete, retaining wall design's complete. Currently underway with properties acquisition. There's 3 parcels that are impacted. I believe we've made the offer on one of those, and we're working hopefully here next week or two to make the offer on the others. Once that's complete, ready to go to construction again, hopefully this spring, summer, to get that project underway and hopefully complete this calendar year.
Are we going to handle that project internally, or is it going to be outsourced?
From a construction standpoint?
Yes.
Probably largely outsourced due to the retaining wall.
Okay.
Pretty sizable retaining wall, 15-ish feet high in some places, so pretty sizable project just for the retaining wall on that. All right, 2021 resurfacing. Resurfacing, again, of local town streets, again, about 6.2 miles is what's projected. I think they've already let that contract, just waiting for weather to clear here so they can get started on that. Vance of Gilead. So plans are complete of right-of-way. We updated this slide. I'm not sure this is the updated version, but for right-of-way acquisition, we actually have 6 of the 7 parcels have been settled, so we're waiting on one outstanding one. Utility relocation, already got those contracts done. They need to go out there and move some stuff. There's actually a pole right in the middle of the road extension, so we got to get that out of the way before we can do some of the work. But this is a project we're looking to let this summer, once we get those utilities out of the way.
Is this the one that had an issue with the traffic light being in front of a house?
Originally, the traffic signal design on this one, and you're correct, Lance, we had a discussion a few months ago about traffic signal pole types. What's the preference here? It was originally designed as a wood pole traffic signal, so you got a pole in every corner and guy wires. then we changed that based on board input to a mast arm signal. And now it's going to be on the, I guess, southwest corner and northeast corner. We're going to have mast arms in those two corners. So we're able to move a pole away from being right in front of that one house.
We settled that one though, right?
The one that was having the major issues with the polling, I think we settled that one.
We just settled that this
Right.
week. But this one, again, looking to start construction this summer. Just got to finish that one acquisition and then get the utilities out of the way. All right. Ransom Road widening. 65% plan revisions are underway. We're currently looking at a couple different utility alignments there along Ransom. Once we get that lined up, then we're going to move into property acquisition. We need to know where the utilities are going to go before we go acquire property so that we don't have to go back again to those property owners. So waiting on that utility stuff to get wrapped up here, hopefully in the next couple weeks. Get right-of-way acquisition and then that relocation work underway, and then maybe get constructed or start construction this fall. Challenge with getting started in the fall with construction is then you get in the colder months, and then you get the wet months, and then it makes it hard. So we'll have to look at that, but we're trying to get done with the acquisition and our utility relocation as quick as we can. Main Street, big project. Got the word here just not long ago that this one's going to be able to move forward. We still have some parcels in condemnation. We're still working through that process. I believe we've got a preliminary list of trial dates that are spread out through the rest of the calendar year. If you've driven through there, you have seen the utility work. The poles are still up. There's a lot less lines on those utilities if you look up and see. So those are continuing to get moved. Our hope is that June, July timeframe, that this one can get let for construction. Again, that assumes no hiccups or anything from DOT, but right now everything's been going well, and then we're estimating a 2-year duration on that construction.
Do you plan on doing, I know one time before we talked about doing sections at one time, or are you going to work on contractor or work on all sections simultaneously? Do we know yet?
Well, we'll have to work out some of that detail with the contractor, the construction phasing plan, the roundabouts. You can't just close down 115 and close down those intersections. So there are going to have to be some phases done. I would expect the roundabouts to take the longest because you got to build part of it, shift traffic over, build part of it, shift it back. As far as the Main Street part, I don't know, Kevin, you've got any additional on that?
No, that'll largely be up to the contractor to decide how they ultimately want to phase it. Probably a lot of what we'll see in the first, I would say 6 to 8 months, is the water and sewer work. I think will commence because that has to be done before you do roadway work. So I would say probably what we'll see first tackled are the roundabouts and the water sewer work.
Yeah, that's in addition to the road work. That's, I think, a little over $8 million worth of water and sewer upgrades that Charlotte Water's paying for as part of it. I guess the goal is we do it all at once so that you don't tear up the road to put the water in and then come back and tear up the road. You're doing it all at the same time. All right, Beatty's Ford at Hambright. So we've got 65% plan revisions underway. Just some minor things we needed to tweak with that. In our last plan review, DOT indicated that traffic signal had to be required as part of that project. So we're adding that in to catch that up. We've got property acquisition and utility relocation that we're planning to get started this spring. Because of the amount and type of AT&T, I believe facilities right adjacent to the intersection, they've estimated it's going to take them 12 months to move their stuff out of the way. So pretty significant amount of work out there that has to be done. If that wasn't there, we'd obviously try to get started sooner, but with that anticipated, it's going to be next calendar year, probably before we can get started on construction out there. All right, Gibson Park Drive Phase 2. Survey is underway. If you drive out there, you may have seen some surveyors out there. Hopefully they're wrapping that up here this month. We'll get started on design, right of way for probably temporary construction easements this fall, and then, assuming that all goes well, start of construction next summer. Pretty much on a similar timeline as Siegel Street, 4th Street. Same kind of thing. Surveys actually on this one's been complete. They're taking a look at how we can fit in, what we can fit in. It's a pretty tight section through there, not much room between homes. So we're taking a look at that before we really get into design to see what we can fit in. And then that's our schedule. Hopefully, if all goes well, construction start next summer. Beatty's Ford McCoy. So this is 5 Points, the southwest side of town. Right now, we're working on a concept plan for the intersection. We did traffic analysis on roundabouts and traditional intersection. Traditional intersection's the way to go out there based on the traffic. Right now, our concept is looking at removing one of the minor legs to the intersection. Just you got so much stuff coming together there, you want to try to reduce those conflict points. Right-of-way utility relocation, and schedule-wise, hopefully start that this fall, get our design done, spring, summer, fall, move into those next phases, and then, once those are complete, move into construction in '22. Very similar for Beatty's Ford at Gilead, same kind of thing. We're working through a concept plan now. As far as improvements at the intersection, adding turn lanes out there, looked at roundabout and turn lanes out there. Traditional intersection is what we need to do, and schedule again. Start construction hopefully next summer. Kind of see a pattern here. A lot of stuff. We're getting prepped up to go under construction next summer.
So that project, I think we received $350,000 from the developer of Burkdale Golf Course. That's the.
We have an agreement with the developer.
Right.
For $320 some odd thousand. To my knowledge, the money hasn't been received yet. But yes, we do have a little bit of somebody else's money towards this project. All right, Farrell Town Parkway, Rama Church. So design's underway. This is one actually that got advanced a little bit as far as design getting underway. 25% plans we've got those into DOT. Right-of-way and utility relocation, hopefully starting this fall. And then I think dependent on funding, ask Jackie on that one, construction start again next summer. Yep.
So just for the board, Anthony, what's the update with Fred Brown and the developer, Walden?
Yeah, and I think Stephen, I can't remember. Steve and I have been on so many calls lately, I can't remember what road project what, but on this particular project, DOT's, I guess TIA or something, required a turn lane at Fred Brown Road. The town TIA did not. And so one of the conversations was, how do we handle that? Could the town potentially, and I know Stephen's probably talking to Emily, I don't know if they've had that conversation yet about, could the town ultimately take over that? Could they take over those funds as part of their construction and maybe add it to our construction when we do this? So I don't know if we worked out those details yet, but there's an example there that DOT required something that the town didn't in the TIA, and we're trying to figure out how do we mesh the two together. But more work on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're looking at alternatives right now. Haven't ironed all those out yet. But
because Fred Brown is not supposed to connect necessarily into Walden.
Actually, it does.
Mm-hmm. Does?
It does. Yeah, per the plan, it does.
Okay.
Connectivity there.
Is it dirt back there? Dirt.
Walden has a lot of connections there. All right. Arrowver Roundabout. You've probably seen this one every year, and it looks the same. There's really just waiting for 21 Gilead to get under construction, and not just start construction, but build a part of the project. That project is to the east there, kind of connection between Commerce Center, back behind the post office, out there on Gilead, back to where the Goodwill is. Waiting for that to happen before we rebuild the roundabout so that property owners can have access while this intersection gets closed down for rebuilding it. We've got to rebuild the roundabout to be able to accommodate the truck traffic, so that shopping center will have an access out to this back connection road. We've got to rebuild the roundabout. You can't pick it up, widen it, and set it back down. You've got to tear it out and close it to do that work. So this is probably a year or two. Again, this depends on how much they continue to delay the 21 Gilead project. This is definitely dependent on that.
So question, on a project like this, when we have the design complete, does it ever like, I don't know, I don't think the word expire is the right word, but I mean, do we have to go back and redo some certain documents because another project that's connected to this is delayed? Or we're just ready to pull it off the shelf and go, or whether it's 2 years from now or 5 years from now?
Sure. Depending on what permits had to be pulled to do the project. So the answer may be yes or no.
Okay.
Like, for instance, the Holbrook Street project that we talked about earlier, that had an erosion control permit because it's so much clearing, new road on new alignment that had to be done. Our permit's expired. So regardless, if nothing else, we have to apply for and pay for another permit, just if nothing's done. On this one, I don't think, this is all town street. I don't know that there's any permits or anything additional that we have to do.
So if certain design standards get updated, do you have to update to those new design standards, or, is this kind of grandfathered in regards to?
I'd say on this one, I don't think the design standards have changed.
Okay.
Our design vehicles haven't changed. We're accommodating large tractor trailer trucks. There's not been a change in truck size that's allowed on roads, so I would say we're good to go. I don't know of anything.
Okay.
And you said that it's dependent upon the Gilead and 21 project, which is supposed to start here in a few months, right?
Hopefully,
Just like it
yes.
was last year and the year
Yeah,
before.
say
Okay.
the project, 21 and Gilead project, I've got a slide on it later, but that was actually let for construction in January of 2019.
Right.
And then there's been a delay of entry on that because of utilities. The interchange.
Utilities or AT&T?
Yes, it actually was more than that. But I think Duke had some lines, and I believe Piedmont Natural Gas has some stuff out there in the way too. But that project was let, but then the critical path was the bridge over the interstate. Well, there were utilities right in the way of the bridge to be put in. So they could have gotten started, but they would have never gotten finished any sooner. So
Oh, wait till the slide.
so they decided to wait on that project. But yeah, it's been over 2 years, and they keep saying it's coming soon. It's coming soon. The latest on that is April of this year, is what I've heard.
Can you remind us why I know we had the opportunity, we could have built, I think this is a town project, so we're doing this in conjunction with the NCDOT project. Why have we not gone ahead and done this portion of the project to possibly relieve the traffic, with all the other construction going on? There was a reason, I can't remember right now.
Yeah, this project doesn't tie into anything new. Right now, the street now doesn't go anywhere. So it comes up here, goes in front of the funeral home, and it stops. It doesn't connect into anywhere else. As part of the 21 Gilead project, there'll be a connection that goes from here over to Commerce Center, which is that one that
Okay,
comes up.
that portion is the state, okay.
So
And we had to shut down part of this. We're waiting for the other connection, right?
we're waiting for that other
Other
connection to be
connection, so
built.
when we shut this down, there's a place for people to go. Okay.
That's correct. Yep. All right, this project and the next one, McCoy at Hambright, and then also McCoy at McElwain. Talk about them kind of in the same light. We're working on some concept plans to figure out what the solution is at those two intersections. They're really close together, so it makes sense to look at them both at the same time. It also makes sense because we have, later on in the presentation, Huntington Green Sidewalk project. So on the north side of Hambright and on the east side of McCoy, sidewalk. So we wanted to look at it and see, is there a way that we could put sidewalk in a spot that works well for not just the sidewalk project, but also for future intersection projects? And can we just build it once, leave it there, and be done? So we're looking at McCoy at Hambright and then also McCoy at McElwain to see, what can we do? You know, is there an option where we can just put the sidewalk in its ultimate location or not? So we have to figure out what we're doing at those two intersections to see if we can do that or not. So we've been in discussions with our consultant. They're working on some concepts at both of those intersections, so we can figure that out. Right now, these are only funded through partial right-of-way acquisition. Again, we wanted to try to figure that out and maybe get part of the project, maybe the right-of-way for it, and put the sidewalk in the ultimate location. And then, you know, come back at a later date and do the full intersection projects of both of those. All right, Gilley Road West. So this project was impacted by the DOT funding, and it was delayed a little bit. Right now, right-of-way acquisition is not funding-wise allowed to begin until probably this time next year or later during that fiscal year. So sometime in fiscal year 22, we hope to get authorization. As far as plans and things we need to do on our end, we're, I'd say, 98% there. We're just going to have to hold off here until it, if the town wants to move forward, the town could, but we'd have to pay for 100% of the costs. Right now, we've got a reimbursement municipal agreement for, I believe it's 80-20. So we'd potentially lose 80% of those dollars if we wanted to do it all on our own. But we could. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option. And then as far as schedule, right-of-way start in 22, and then construction could start in 24. And then estimated 2-year construction duration. Stumptown Road Extension. This is the project that's been out there for a while, and we're really getting started on it now. The environmental permitting process is underway. That'll probably take this calendar year to complete that. After that, get into design, right-of-way acquisition, and then I think Jackie said, hey, I don't think you're going to get this started anytime soon. I said, okay, well, that's a good challenge. I like it. So we've got a target to get that under construction by 2025, of course, funding dependent.
So you have an agreement with the railroad, what closings? have you agreed to?
So public street closings for that would be Rama Church, who would have to close that crossing there, and also the Delwood crossing.
Any smaller private crossings?
Yes, also 4 private crossings, I'd say in real close proximity to where this intersection is. I think there's maybe 1 south of where the new road will be, and I think 3 private crossings real close together just to the north of here.
So if those private crossings landlock a piece of property that had access through one of those, will we have?
We will have to provide
We'll
them
have to provide
with access, either with a new public street, you know, maybe Church Street, Siegel Street gets extended a little bit further north,
Okay.
and they have access there, or we have to build some kind of, you know, access driveway or small street, maybe parallel to the railroad, to give those parcels that we're crossing in access.
And that's
We'll have to
all
look
part
at
of
it.
your design process, because I guess you know that, okay.
Yeah, we've got to look and figure that out. Right now, we don't know exactly what that's going to entail. We'll have to start talking with property owners as we get further along to see, you know, how best each one of them may want to do that, or what the town wants to do. You know, does the town want to try to build a road, you know, further north through here, and take Siegel Church Street further up?
Mm-hmm.
That will alleviate that, and then people could tie into that. Or do we build something temporary that then would go away when, you know, if that Church Street extension is much further out? Here's one for discussion. So a few months ago, talked about this with board members, David Kenny Farm project, tying in David Kenny Farm to Burkdale Commons. So when we last talked about this, the board's direction at that time was come up with some concepts and then come back to us. We've got those concepts, and now I'm going to present those, and as you have questions, we can try to answer those and hopefully get this one figured out. So the one concept of the option is just tying in your typical street. So just come in with a street connection to line up across from Devonshire Drive. Yep. So if you're like me, you may need a larger print version. So here's a larger print version to see it a little bit better. But as you can see, it's doing a little bit of street widening work, maybe some sidewalk work. Again, this is concept, so no survey, no property acquisition maps or anything have been drawn up. This is a concept of what it could look like. Basically, it's just curving David Kinney Farm to tie into Burkeville. Right. So that's one option. Another option is looking at a roundabout solution. You know, can you put in a roundabout at that intersection, and then what would it look like? Would one fit? Would one even work? From a traffic standpoint, yes, single lane roundabout would work in this location, just like the other concept just had a single lane approach on that, and that from a traffic standpoint would work as well. A little blown up version here. This concept shows a roundabout shifted a little bit north, so a little bit up on the screen. If you were to put a roundabout square in the existing intersection as it sits out there, you'd have more property impacts to those existing homes on the south side. So you shift it north. You know, there's no homes that are directly adjacent to it on the north side. So you want to shift that north, and you can tie it back in to David Kinney Farm, and then add a roundabout at the intersection.
Hey, Stephen, on the previous one, did that assume 2 stop signs?
That's correct. Yeah, a stop sign on Devonshire, and then a stop sign on David Kinney.
Okay.
Just for estimate, I mean, this is purely a guesstimate, I guess, on your part. Would a roundabout be twice the expense of the other, or maybe even more than that?
Okay, so
Plus or minus $5.
got you. So ballpark construction number for this, 800,000. Ballpark construction number on this, 1.5 million.
Option 1 on low.
So it is more. I will say with the roundabout, you do get enhanced benefits with safety. Roundabouts are much safer. Crash severity is a lot less. The national research I've seen, total crashes are down by a third compared to a traditional stop-controlled intersection. Crash severity is down by about 75% with a roundabout versus a traditional
Hard to
intersection.
T-bone somebody at a roundabout.
That's correct. Yeah, a lot of the crashes are glancing blows, or people maybe running off or running into the roundabout versus a traditional intersection. You, of course, can have head-on collisions or T-bone crashes. So crash severity is down significantly with a roundabout versus a traditional intersection. But
And it also provides traffic calming.
yes, it does. Yes, you have to go slow around the roundabout. You cannot go straight on through. So yes.
Does it account for, I know there's a lot of pedestrians that walk that sidewalk. Does it take into account pedestrian crossings on a roundabout?
A roundabout would, and traffic, you have to remember, I guess to Commissioner Walsh's point, people have to slow down to go through the roundabout. So they slow down, they already have to slow down to go through the roundabout, so they'll already be slower as pedestrians are coming, be able to see them better.
Just seems like it'd be harder as a pedestrian to get across that.
I can answer that because I walk one almost every day, and it is not. It's actually, I feel safer, I will admit, walking through the roundabout than I do at a stop sign, because people can blow through stop signs. It's, ironically, people will come to almost a stop at the roundabout, or because we have some signs that say, you know, the crossing here, right, the arrowed signs, and they see you there, people stop.
Is it a four-way
It
roundabout or
is.
a three-way?
3.
Yeah, the town has a roundabout actually we have several. There's one on Stumptown, there's another one
Rayma.
on Stumptown at,
Rama Church.
Rama Church.
the one over
Or
behind.
Rayma.
There's a few. There's Hugh Torrance Parkway, and then there's another one at Hugh Torrance Parkway, more into the neighborhood there too.
Does either design, how does that impact the private landowners around there?
looked at both, so with this one, it looks like the property impacts, again, just a preliminary look, don't know exactly what that's gonna be. The property impacts are all on the north side of Devonshire, and the two properties right there adjacent on the, I'll say, the top side of Burkdale Commons Parkway are both HOA properties. There may be some impacts with a home on either side of that, outside of that, we'll have to see as we get into design. With the roundabout, there's more. There'll be a little bit more of an impact, but the more of an impact is still on those HOA properties. So I'd say property impacts are pretty similar. With this concept, we may have a little bit of impact on the south side of Burkdale Commons Parkway. Again, we'll know more once we get into real design, depending on which option you want to go forward with.
Could we maybe have a community, because I know we've gotten so many emails over this whole situation. Can we not have a community meeting presenting the options to them to have them weigh in? Because the people who may lose their land with the roundabout, they may be perfectly fine with that because they're gaining safety. So, I mean, that's just something I'd like to throw out, just to give them a chance to comment on the design before we ever vote on it.
Well, I think the issue is a financial one at this point, but I was for the roundabout to begin with. In fact, I think I might have been the one that suggested it. So, I mean, I think given the amount of traffic we have in Burkdale, given the fact that we have traffic calming as a part of this option, and certainly safety makes the additional funds, for me, worth it.
You looking at me because I live in Burkdale? Well, I think, obviously, I'm very familiar with this corner, that it should all be HOA. I would assume. Unless you're coming into Devonshire, it should all be HOA, because that's where the flowers are and various things.
If you look at this concept here, maybe it's easier on the previous one. If you look at the concept, the purple lines are approximate property lines. Can you guys see that purple?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the north side, there's a parcel that's kind of skinny that parallels Burkdale Commons Parkway on, I guess, more towards 73. That's HOA property. And then there's another parcel that also says HOA on the other side of the intersection, again, on that same upper side. So those two are the biggest impacted parcels under either option, is all HOA, I'll call it common space or open space. The potential property owners on the north side are, I guess, the one that fronts Beach Hill Drive up there, maybe a little bit on their side. And then if we have to do any widening work on Burkdale Commons, maybe that one home, not sure I can read on there, maybe Stewart is the property owner there. But again, the big property owner impact would be the HOA in either case.
So there's a median there. Are you still keeping the median for both of those concepts?
On Burkdale Commons Parkway?
Yeah.
No, the median would need to be taken out for a left turn lane.
Okay. And then there's an AT&T box there as well. So, I assume that would have to be moved.
I'm not sure about AT&T. There is a Duke Energy United, I believe, has a transit box, a transformer box on the north side of that intersection. It's pretty big. If you come down to the end of David Kinney, you see this big, huge green box.
Oh, that's it. Okay, Energy United. That was AT&T.
Yeah, and that would have to get relocated under either scenario.
So you're including all your costs for that?
Yeah, that's a big number. I want to say $75,000 maybe just to move that one box, either
We can't get Kevin out there with a front end loader to move it?
Well, I think from my perspective, I don't think it's going to necessarily have the impact on the two homeowners there, either one, but I would like to have some community input. This is going to be four-way stop or a roundabout?
It'd be I guess the other proposal was a two-way stop.
Two-way stop, sorry.
So stop on Devonshire and then stop on David Kenny.
Yeah. I mean, I think, I don't know how we organize these things in this day and age, but I think, I would feel more comfortable, obviously I live there, but I'd feel more comfortable if we tried to at least talk to the community, about the alternatives that are coming. So,
I agree with you.
And the reason we're trying to do this is to promote the town policy of connectivity, essentially.
This, right now, the, gosh, I'm trying to blank on the community name. Breckenridge, thank you, Kevin. Breckenridge on the north side only has one way in and out of that whole community, and it's on 73. When the 73 project comes through, that access will be right in, right out only. This connection here will provide that community another way in and out to Burkdale Commons, which goes to 73 and also goes out to Dave Stillwell. So it'll give that community a lot of additional connectivity and transportation choices.
And when they do the 73 improvement, we anticipate that there will still be a left in on Burkdale Commons.
Yeah. On
A
Burkdale
left
Commons.
into Burkdale Commons, yes, but not you can't cross Burkdale.
Right, but to his point, if you're losing the left to come into Breckenridge, you'll still have the left to get in this way and get through there,
You'll be able to,
assuming we built this road.
you'll be able to make a left onto Burkdale Commons and a right onto David Kenny to get home.
Right, yeah, just want to make sure that
Yeah.
we're not losing both and
No.
this does nothing.
Yeah, this will provide a choice for
Yep.
the residents versus
And then, you know,
riding right out with you.
You have to look at it also long-term. Obviously, Burkdale Commons is going to go further south. Our potential fire station is going to be close to there. I mean, there's some, you know, trying to look long-term to the benefits of trying to connect this
And to
through.
his point on the possible fire station, fire trucks have no issues going through a roundabout as opposed to a two-way.
Yeah, there won't, yeah, it'll be designed to be able, so that a small tractor-trailer truck will be able to get through the intersection. So yeah, a fire truck won't have
Okay.
any problem going through.
So can we put that on hold pending a neighborhood community meeting of some
Sure.
sort? And I guess the sooner the better we can organize that, and if that's okay with the board.
Yep.
I've got it on the to-do list.
So, I guess, a little bit of detailed question, Breckenridge and Burkdale,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
both communities?
Mayor, a question over there, is there, like somebody, Burkdale, do they have multiple HOAs or just one HOA for the whole?
Well, Burkdale has one HOA. Breckenridge has a quasi-HOA.
Right.
But we can get in touch with them easy.
But does all of Burkdale have just one HOA?
Yeah,
Okay.
Burkdale, not Burkdale Village, just Burkdale.
Okay.
And I know we've talked about timing for a long time on this, and this will really be necessary once Highway 73 construction begins. So one question will be, well, what's the timeline of this? Is this starting next year? Is it gonna be in conjunction with NCDOT's project, which may be 5 years from now? So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
It'll take us a little bit of time, depending on how long that community involvement process takes. Say that's 3 months, and then we move into design. That's gonna take some time. These are all town roads, so we don't have to go through DOT for review on this, so that will shorten that schedule. We will have some property acquisition and utility relocation. So, let's see, go back to this.
If we're lucky, it's spring of '22. It's probably more like summer of 2022.
Okay. Yeah, assuming everything goes well.
And I think philosophically, we want to get as many of these projects done before 73 really gets underway.
Agreed.
Because that's
Correct.
That's when
I
the
agree.
pain comes.
Yeah, otherwise they got construction at both ends of their street.
Yeah, that'd definitely be a goal, to get this done before they break ground in 73. All right, and speaking of that, as you all know, there's a lot of DOT
Can I
projects.
ask one quick question? So project got approved, the other end of Burkdale Commons, where it's eventually gonna connect into Oliver Hager. I know that they showed a roundabout there, and I know there was there a section extending off of Babe Stillwell where is currently in our CIP? There's not, okay.
Yeah, there's not currently a project in the CIP to extend Burkdale Commons over to that, I guess, draft roundabout that's shown based on that thoroughfare study that was done.
Okay.
We don't have that currently in their CIP.
Yeah, because I think with that happening, I mean, again, we're looking for north-south connectors, different ways to get around. Maybe a good time to start thinking about extending that over to Oliver Hager, because we're almost getting close to being able to connect a few more pretty major thoroughfares, within the town. Because I know the fire department wants something over there. If we can start making those connections, maybe 5 years from now before it all happens, but I think we should continue to do what you all are doing right now and being proactive. Just a little bit more work on your plate.
And that was another question I was going to have is, now that the Cook property has been approved and they're going to build a little bit of Oliver Hager.
The northern section, yeah.
Yeah, so what does that look like in terms of, connecting it down to that roundabout and then up and all that? So maybe, as another project.
A couple projects, Oliver Hager to Urban Cook and connecting all those,
That'd probably be a few projects, yeah.
To get it all done before 73 starts.
No problem.
You may need more than 7 people.
Well, because you don't know when the other property's gonna go for sale, and they're gonna have to build the Urban Cook Road up too, but it's probably sooner rather than later.
All right, so 73, NCDOT projects, we all know about them, haven't gone anywhere. We provide the monthly updates, the latest updates, mentioned earlier, and this is not the updated version, but April of this year is when 21 Gilead and the interchange, not April next year, is when they're looking to get started. That's what the project manager has indicated most recently. All right, so now we're going to talk about some potential projects. You brought up one, maybe Burkdale Commons extension, but this is a list of projects that are currently listed in the CIP next year, all the way out to future years, no time frame. So where are all those projects? So this is a map that shows the pink is what we already have, and the orange is the projects that are coming up for discussion. So Commerce Center Drive connection. This would be a project that builds on the Holbrook Street extension project. So it ties Holbrook Street up through to Gilead and then ties over to the post office. Challenges this one will be we have to get property from the post office. That can take some time. And also we'll have to do some work to redo the intersection there at Commerce Center Drive. But this would be a great connectivity project. Again, providing local connections to folks to be able to get around these other projects. Reason this project would be, I'd say, moving forward now and not pushed out till later is Gilead Road got pushed out for, 8-9 years. So it's going to be a long time before Gilead Road gets widened. Originally I looked at, this can be combined with the Gilead Road project if that was something that was coming up sooner. But that project getting pushed out, this makes more sense to do now.
Hey, post office, I thought we had something agreed with them a long time ago to widen the road there.
Well, part of the property from the post office was acquired from by DOT for the DOT project. This would be additional property that would have to be acquired to do this project, because we shift over Commerce Center a bit right there at the intersection to be able to line up with the property the town already owns. So south of Gilead Road, where the road is, the town already owns that property. So we want to line up with the property we already have.
So if we could speed this one up, Mayor, we may be able to tie it in with the DOT project. So that would be to try to do that. But I don't know how long it'd take to work with the post office, because we're going to need some more land regardless.
So the other question that I have is, are we looking at a signal, or are we looking at a roundabout? What are we looking at?
So the DOT project has a traffic signal at that intersection, so we look to keep a traffic signal.
Okay.
A roundabout at this intersection would have more property impacts. May impact, it's gonna be tough to get in a roundabout here. It'd probably have to be a multi-lane roundabout. That's what was one of the discussion points for the potential Gilead project, and there'd be significantly more property impacts with the roundabout at that location.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. I thought because if you go up a little bit further off the screen, NCDOT as part of the Gilead project is connecting from there back to Hover. But they're not improving this section to get to that road? I thought that was part of that project,
This
and we
part
were
of
doing the south
Commerce
side.
Center, now, they are widening Gilead Road. This is where the project tapers back out. So at this point, I'd say right in front of the post office, actually the lines in pink are the Gilead Road project that they're gonna do. So they are doing some widening through here, but they're not really doing really much anything to Commerce Center Drive.
And then we're not doing anything currently on the south side to connect to the Holbrook Street that we're getting ready to start.
That's correct. The issue is that where the town property comes up and Commerce Center is offset, just slightly. So in order to be able to get a connection all the way across, you've got to shift that intersection over some.
So DOT will require us to shift it over if we want.
If we want the connection, yes, because it wasn't part of their project.
Okay.
We were hoping that we would partner with them
Okay.
and get the whole thing delivered all at one time when they widened Gilead Road. Because this intersection is square in the middle of the Gilead Road widening project between 115 and 21 and 115. So we were thinking, okay, next project that comes along, we'll partner with them, they'll deliver the whole thing. But now that that's pushed off 8, 9, 10 years from now,
This is part of the 21, this is part of the Gilead, not the 21. Okay, thank you.
But this, I'm sorry,
it's a lot of projects to keep up with.
Yeah.
but the connection we're talking about is south here to
To Holbrook
Holbrooks.
Street.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, this would tie up to Holbrook Street.
Right,
So,
okay.
another benefit of this project is if you're in the, I guess, that shopping area there, Aldi and those things over there, and you want to go back, towards the interstate, you can come out and make a right. You could also come out this way and make a left, at a traffic signal to get out. That's another benefit of this project. Also, any of those residents that want to get out, this will be an easy way for folks. There's a lot of delay on Gilead. This will be a spot for them to get a break in traffic to be able to get out with a traffic signal.
But in the meantime, they'll have to leave Aldi's, go through Holbrook Street, and then hit another street somewhere east of this.
That's correct. Marguerite or some of those other ones that are,
Okay.
they're right there. And wait for a gap in traffic. That's correct. All right, another potential project, Church Street, Delwood to Holbrooks. This is extend Church Street, as the project said, from Delwood all the way down to Holbrooks. Town actually is working through a purchase agreement on a lot of the property needed to do this project from the church. So probably 2/3, 3/4 of the property needed. Town's working through that process to acquire that. Another potential project, this is right next to it. So if you're going to improve Church Street, does it make sense to improve Holbrook Street, right where that comes in? Maybe improve it, add sidewalk. That way you get from Delwood Center out to 115. Add some more connectivity there. So this may be a potential project where you partner or combine the two projects together, the one I just mentioned and this one, to do them at the same time.
So the improvement you're talking about is just sidewalks or?
The railroad crossing would have to be improved to be able to get sidewalk or something across it, or just even extra pavement across it. So if you're going to improve.
But no road widening or?
I would say it'd be a good idea to look at road widening just on that Holbrook section. If you're going to add sidewalk or have to widen for the railroad crossing, probably should look at, is there some improvements you want to do right there? Do it all at one time.
Because we still have some issues with trucks turning there too, if you recall, so we may be able to address some of that while we're looking at it.
Would you have to get another agreement with the railroad and then have to close something if you didn't, something minor like that?
Don't know yet. I hope not. Since it's an existing crossing, improving an existing crossing, I hope they don't make us close something else to pay them to make their current crossing better. Don't know.
They're their own country.
Another project, Huntersville Concord Road, straighten out the curve. It's there in front of Vermillion, and widen it to probably a 3-lane section.
On this one, that particular property that you're basically cutting a good chunk off right now, isn't that property for sale right now?
Yes.
It could be.
Yeah, it just,
Yeah.
I would be worried about someone coming in and buying that property and not being aware that, yes, we're looking at taking a large chunk of your property away up front. And the fact that it is for sale right now leads me to believe it's maybe a higher priority, maybe it makes more sense to
Might be
try and
less
pursue
expensive
it
now.
like this now.
Yeah.
It sounds familiar to a couple of slides when we're talking about here in a minute. Same
Right.
thing.
Stephen, are these slides in order of your priority of the projects, or no?
These are in order of start year, I guess, in future years of the CIP.
Okay.
So the ones that look to start sooner in the current year CIP are first, and then later. We can change the order. You want to put this one first, you want to put this one last. I believe that'll be all part of the budget discussion upcoming. But if you have input, boy, I really want this one first. I think that'd be
But
great.
the reason I was asking about the Church Road extension, I mean, like, I'm wondering where that would line up priority-wise if we had 10 to do. Like, how does that release the burden of traffic anywhere after the Main Street project is completed? Does that help the system? Would that be something we'd do first or second? Because I don't really see it benefiting the traffic flow like once Main Street is complete.
Okay, so I'd say traffic benefit on this one, it'll be another connection for those folks who use Delwood to be able to get out. They won't have to go north to then come back south on Main Street. They could take Central. They could also take Church Street. Additionally, once Stumptown project is done, Delwood crossing would close. So
Right,
this
yeah.
would, then this project makes a whole lot more sense. So do you go ahead and do this project sooner before the Stumptown project, so then it's in place when that connection gets removed.
And it may be a personal standpoint, but I take the Delwood crossing all the time. This would be a priority to me if
Yeah,
Delwood's
that's personal.
closed.
It's all about
one-
land.
Yeah, you
Let's
know.
do it.
Move on.
All those Vermillion people.
It was in the order of Lance.
Lance has a lot of neighbors.
There's some other things we can discuss offline, but there's some more movement in and around
You're getting ready to see it.
future connectivity.
You're
No,
getting ready to see a
yeah.
slide here in a minute.
I think it all needs to happen. I'm just trying to.
Sure, we can get started
Brian's
on
writing
all
the
of it
check.
if you want.
But I know what you're asking, Brian. I get it.
Another project, Walter Street. This is from Huntersville Concord to Third. This would be upgrading that existing street and then tying it into Vermillion Village. The Vermillion Village part of that is that blue dash line, which I believe they came back for a discussion or a public hearing on a potential change to that. I believe they're coming back again here soon to talk about that project some more. So this project really makes sense once Vermillion Village is a definite on the horizon, and this project really makes sense because folks, that live here will be able to get there that way, but then also if you're going to Vermillion Village, this will be another connection to it. So there'll be folks that take this street to get there. So I'll look at doing some upgrades. Church Street realignment, same area, but as part of the Main Street project, Church Street at Huntersville Concord is going to get restricted to right in, right out. We know that's coming. So right now, when you're coming north on Church Street, you can go either way. When Main Street gets built, you'll only be able to go right in, right out. So to have another connection where you can make full movement, be realigning Church Street to tie with Walter Street as a future project.
Is that property for sale too,
Yes.
right there? Okay.
I believe the
So-
church properties.
Part
for
of it,
sale.
yes.
As these opportunities come available, and we are looking at these opportunities, we will be making a run at those to bring back to the board.
Not a Church Street project, but Hager's Road realignment. project would be to realign that skewed intersection there. The trucks run off the road right now a little bit to be able to make the turn down there on the Hagers and get in there to those businesses. Future project here to do a realignment and turn lane. Now, I believe there was talk at the pre-development group about a potential subdivision down here, so timing on this may change. You know, it just depends on what that's.
Yeah, I was part of that, so if they proceed with that, they'll be doing the upgrades to this intersection as a part of it, I believe.
Maybe so.
Yep.
Yeah, we have to see once that really gets turned
Sure.
in. Just had a maybe, I guess, at a pre-development meeting. Another project, Hambright at Mount Holly, Huntersville. So, there's industry out here. Right now, Hambright Road has a kink in it. If you're trying to stay on Hambright and go straight across, you don't go straight across. You kind of weave to get through there. So, potential project here would hopefully straighten that out and add some more turn lanes there that aren't already there. I know Anthony and myself have been in, I've lost count of how many meetings with developers in the area who have to do some improvements there. May be an opportunity for a partnership to help with some of the funding for the project.
And one thing I would say is Stephen's going over all these projects. You're going to see these projects in the CIP in a later date, but most of these projects are probably FY23 and beyond, and they'll be in our 5-year financial forecast. So you'll kind of see where these are, and they'll move and shift, so we'll have more discussion on them. So.
Another project, Beatty's Ford at Neck Road, adding turn lanes out there, improve safety at the intersection. Beatty's Ford Cashin Road, same thing, add turn lanes out there to increase capacity and safety. And Beatty's Ford at Stevens Road, same thing. Currently these intersections just have one lane on all approaches, so adding turn lanes out there would be a help. DOT let me know maybe a month or two ago that they're looking to upgrade their signal system equipment statewide. So improve that technology. They're looking at prioritizing systems based on how much traffic goes through there, how many issues they're having with current equipment, things like that. The Gilead Road system, the DOT maintains, and the 73 system did not make their initial list of systems they're going to upgrade. They're eventually going to get to all of them, I'm assuming. But when, we don't know. So they said, well, if the town would like to pay for it or partner with us, maybe that can move up the list. So they gave us the cost if we wanted to foot the whole bill. Here's the numbers. That's an option. Again, part of future CIP discussion. Don't know if this is something there'd be any interest in doing. Benefits to it are the new equipment will actually capture the traffic volume that goes through the lane all the time. So when a car goes through, it'll actually get counted rather than just seeing that a car went by. And the system right now just says, oh, a car went by, I need to trigger a movement. It'll actually count the traffic that goes in that lane and capture it. So as far as retiming the signals, they'll have the data to be able to retime those signals whenever they want to. If there's an issue, hey, we're getting a lot of problems with this movement not clearing, they can actually look at the count data and see what's actually occurring out there and be able to maybe adjust it easier. So
How are they doing it now?
right now, they actually go out and they take traffic counts. They hire a company to go out and capture traffic counts, and they'll look at them and see what it looks like, and then retime it. What I understand is that may be every 4 years or so. With this, they'd have the data more readily available and hopefully reduce that.
I mean,
that
don't they have
time
like
down.
sensors in the road that trip the lights and?
They do, but they don't count the traffic.
Okay.
So it's letting the equipment know a car is there or not there, or went over that or didn't for that next cycle.
They'll upgrade the system on 73 when they put a 73 in.
I'm sorry.
I guess they'll put the new system in on a Highway 73 when 73 is in.
There won't be any traffic lights.
There'll be a few leftovers. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of these are out in further years. 25, 26, probably when we pay those, if I recall. On
They were looking
73.
to go ahead and do it now, so.
Well, I mean, for 73.
73, they may wait and do it as part of the project, or they may go ahead and do it now.
But these are small numbers for.
Would that
for
data
those type
be at all helpful for us in traffic impact analysis, TIA studies?
The answer to that is maybe. The issue there is as I understand it, it'll count by lane. So if you have a lane that you can make a through movement or right turn, it's not going to separate those two. It'll only know that a car went through that lane. It won't know where they went.
Okay.
So if there's a dedicated turn lane for every single movement, then yes. In most cases, that's not the case.
Sure.
So if we wanted traffic count data for traffic impact studies, there still would have to be a separate traffic count for it.
Would this be helpful with all the construction that's gonna come down the road eventually, where, the massive changes on Gilead and 73, like, could they pull the data I don't wanna say like every day or week, but maybe monthly as the projects are progressing, would that be able to help?
What I don't know is during the projects, whether this will be active or not.
Okay.
As you're building a road, you're gonna tear it up.
Yeah,
So depending on the equipment, if it's video equipment, then they'll just have to adjust the video equipment so that they can count that. If it's equipment that's in the road, as they tear up the road, then the equipment
just like the water again.
won't work. During construction, it may or may not be active.
So what is your recommendation?
To be honest, I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I see a little bit of benefit, but eventually DOT is going to pay for this 100% everywhere. And so, maybe, something you're passionate about. Signal
Commissioner-
timing, you get a lot of calls
Commissioner
about
Bales
signal
has a
timing.
question.
Well, he just answered the question that I had, so based off of that, I personally don't think we need to be spending those dollars for NCDOT to upgrade their system. Let them do that themselves.
How long is the wait gonna be though? Do we know?
I don't have a timing on it.
So
They
they
just
could-
got me the cost numbers on this. These were ones they were looking to do. They took a first look and said, all right, these are the systems we want to do first. We said, okay, well, the Gilead and 73 system are not in there. If you want us to try to add to the ones we do first,
So could they come to us tomorrow, or is it like a 5-year wait? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna assume it's gonna take them a couple years to get the first batch done.
Okay.
Then they may look at it again, depending on funding.
So-
If they're continuing to have funding challenges, then it may continue to get pushed out.
We got more homework to do, I think. It sounds like a lot more homework to do, decide whether it makes sense, because Stephen's got questions. It's just something they threw at him, and we'll come back, and if it's something we think makes sense for y'all, we'll bring an agreement back and those kind of things. So we got a lot more homework.
Well, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Bales. This is $300,000 we could put into a roundabout in Burkdale, so. And if we can't articulate the benefit, it's kind of, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, to me, if it's a partnership, then we would be getting reimbursed when they want it to. It doesn't sound like that. It sounds like if you want it, you pay for it, so.
Yes.
All right, well, let's
Yep.
go on to the next.
Again, just an option. This is something new. Heard they were doing it, and wanted to present it. See.
Yeah, I mean, if it said it improved traffic flow by 25%, you'd say, oh,
Yeah, what they've said is it'll likely lead to retiming the signals more often.
Yeah.
Is what they said, because they'll have the data. From what I understand is getting the data is the hurdle, because they don't have the money to pay somebody to get the data. If they already have the data and it's free, then that hurdle would be removed.
Your shrug of the shoulder said it all.
Yeah. Okay, I'll move on.
Okay.
All right, still got a lot of stuff to cover. Potential sidewalk projects. Presented this a few months ago to town board. What are some potential sidewalk projects out there that really helps connectivity to retail or office or schools? How can we connect people to places? So I came up with a list of 14 potential projects, half on one side, half on the other, and we presented a list. This is the same list and same map that was presented before. I believe there were some questions, or you wanted to think about it some more. So here's that same list. I want to see if there was additional input on that before for that. I'll say number 8 on the list, it's North Cross Drive between Bridgeford and Outback. We have submitted an encroachment agreement with the state, and actually gone back and forth once on that already, to get that sidewalk built now. Looks like right-of-way is already there. Looks like we can build that at the back of the curb. So we're looking to move forward with that one already, and have some dollars this year that we can go ahead and get started on that one. Another one that we're looking at is number 13 on the list, Stratton Farm. That's a relatively short one between Kelly Park Circle and McCoy Road. It's probably 236 feet is what it says on there approximately. Adding sidewalk to one side of the road there, so that neighborhood doesn't have a sidewalk connection to go from Cedar Field out to McCoy Road. So we're looking to add that. As far as the rest of the ones on the list, I know as part of the CIP discussion, we've got some additional dollars associated towards that, but I don't know if we're looking for additional feedback on it. Is there a hot one or priority one, or one that's not on the list that you guys have?
So what I would say is, part of the thing is to look at connections, like Stephen said. The next sort of step of that is, what do we have right away? What do we got to go get right away? Those kind of things. So staff was analyzing that. They've done the research on that to figure that out. I don't know if this has been adjusted on, because it's to make those adjustments of, oh yeah, we got right away here. Obviously the easier ones, like he said, we got right away, makes it easier for us to do, and those we move forward. Other ones may be like a road project. We got to go get right away. You may have to condemn. So our initial process was to figure out, all right, what made sense for connections? How do we connect people to places, et cetera? Second part of that was, like I say, determine right away, et cetera. Third part, which ones are easy to pick off, and then from there, bring back to you and hone in on these numbers. Obviously, we can't do $20 million in 1 year, or 2 years, or 3 years, 4 years probably. But you'll see in the CIP, dollars, you're going to start something new. I don't think we've ever done before. You'll see in the CIP, and I forgot what the number is, but every year from here on out, some amount of money in there for sidewalks to jump on these. And it may be somebody donates all the right away and that one hops up, just like land comes for sale on road projects, and that project may move up the list. So we've got more work to do on these to bring back to you. This was sort of initial stage, to put something before you, and then start the process of analyzing and then fine tune it and bring it back to you more. But if there are things that you see missing, please let us know. We got maps on all this. He's got a map. It's gonna be hard to see, and we will make sure we obviously forward this. This is available. Yes, ma'am?
I don't know if this is factored in or if it's something that we could have along in addition to this. If there are bus stops currently near or eventually coming to certain areas that don't have sidewalks, because I feel like that should be a priority for us as well. We don't want people walking on the side of the road,
So yeah, we can overlay, we have a bus stop map, dot map or whatever, so we can overlay on the maps to show where all those are too, and be able to make that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Quick
Just
question.
One thing to add to Anthony's, we have taken an initial look at where right-of-way is available on all of these, and basically the two we're working on are the only ones that have right-of-way available. So right-of-way would need to be acquired on the other 12.
Real quick, just in general, I'd like to see 3 additional columns on this. How close to shovel ready? Give me a 1 through 5. 1 being, I can start this. 5, I need to acquire all kinds of property to be able to get there.
Only 2 projects.
Yeah.
Only
The
2
two he
projects.
just mentioned, that's why those.
But just in general, along here, 1 through 5, and if they're all 5s except for 2, that's fine. And people served. How many people are we actually connecting on a project? And the third one is, and I can probably do the math here, but give me a price per foot. Tell me how much, what's giving me the biggest bang for buck?
Well, and that's what kind of analysis we're doing, and that
Yeah.
we still have to do also. Because there may be a section, for instance, the one down Huntersville Concord, there's various pieces here, there, and yonder. And do we go pick off piece that connects a neighborhood to another neighborhood. So we still got more analysis to do to get at that, and the price per square foot is gonna vary drastically.
Sure, and I'm just thinking if I had those 3 columns, I'd be able to quickly say, okay, this one makes a lot more sense than other ones. But, I mean, whatever formula you would want to use, but I'm thinking those 3 would give me a quick look.
And this is the feedback we want, need, and we're just trying to get something before you, because we've never had anything that I'm aware of to bring to you, so you can analyze to make these decisions. So that was part of this process, so that we can plan for the future, just like you do on the roads. Some of these are gonna take years.
Oh, I guess along those lines, with number of parcels to acquire, I think that'd be easier to show than,
That too would be important.
I
Sure.
agree.
So are you looking right now for a go-ahead with those 2 that you just mentioned, or are you waiting on it tomorrow?
Those 2, to be honest with you, we're ready to roll with, because we have found out that we can do those, we have the right of way, those are good projects. The other ones we're not ready for, because we just don't have the right of way, we got a lot more homework to do. And like I said, we're just gonna put right now in the CIP, until we fine tune this better and better, you'll see in the CIP some money slotted for each fiscal year, until we can hone in on this and find out, do we have to acquire 100 properties, 2 properties? Are they willing to give it to us? All those we still got a lot more homework. This is trying to get the ball rolling in the right direction.
Stephen, which 2 properties again?
8 and 13?
2 projects. Number 8, on North Cross Drive between Bridgeford and Outback. We're moving forward with the west side, because we found that on the west side of the street, I guess that's on Utica, the right-of-way is already there.
Right.
And so we've submitted an encroachment agreement. It's DOT roads, we have to get their permissions. We gotta do plans and get a permit, so then we can go build it. I believe we already have funds identified this year, current fiscal year, to be able to build that one. And also Stratton Farm, which is number 13 on the list. We're working on that one right now to try to be able to get a plan together so we can go ahead and go build that.
Yeah, I mean, Dan and I could go lay the one by Outback. That's how easy that one is. It's laid up, set up. So the easy ones that pick off, and there's money in the budget for sidewalk improvement. So, those are easy, trying to make some progress, et cetera.
Yeah, like for some of the longer ones, I think Huntersville Concord Road is on there. Yeah, so number 6. Number 6 is the biggest one on the list. It's really long. As Anthony was saying, there may be some pieces in the middle. You say, okay, we can't go do this whole thing, but maybe we'll connect this neighborhood to that neighborhood. There's only 3 parcels impacted. So we can break this out further into those subgroups.
Mr. Boone, I think I saw you right there.
Yes, thank you. Stephen, at one time we had another list that had the priorities of the sidewalks that the town was gonna do. Are those same sidewalks part of this list?
That was a sidewalk request list.
Right. So
and
what
it was-
happened to that list?
We still have it.
Are any of those projects on this list?
I believe there's a few.
A few. We've been telling these people for years that have requested sidewalks, and now all of a sudden, just like the utilities, let's just work on a new one, forget about the old request. It's, you can't just slide those requests to the side.
So what we can do is we can show you that map. I mean, just to be honest with you, some of those, just be frank, make no sense at all. They're sidewalk, and I'm not saying people don't want them, et cetera, but they may be out in the middle of nowhere. And what we tried to do is, we looked at that list. The staff, planning, public works, engineering, looked at that list, and we can show you those various maps. What we try to do is focus on those things of how do we connect people to places, to schools, to parks, to shopping centers, et cetera. But I'm probably not gonna be able to connect Skybrook to downtown anytime soon. So those kind of things we looked at, it just didn't make sense. But if there's a connection that people wanted, it made sense to make a connection, we definitely looked at that. Take, for instance, maybe a Stevens Grove way out there. I'm probably not gonna be able to get them to downtown yet. Ultimately, we want to. So we've got to look at those pieces, but we'll definitely make sure we share those. The only decisions we're really moving forward with right now are the baby, easy ones that have right of way. All the hard decisions, if we don't have right of way, we got a lot. This is very preliminary, is what I tell you. It's very preliminary. We got a lot more homework to do to bring back to you for you to make decisions, because there's no 99% of them. There's no right of way. That's the unfortunate part.
Yeah, all the rest of them on the list don't have right of way. We've looked, so.
So a lot more work, and make sure that we have those that people are requesting. It could have been, Anthony Roberts requested a piece, out in Skybrook, I don't know, and we've got a lot of those. And we have a dot map that shows, I think there's 18 or 24 dots on there. We overlaid that on other things, and some of those made perfect sense to sort of pull in here. But I'll tell you, we got a lot more work, so don't think we're going to solve this anytime soon. A ton more work for y'all to tell us what we need to do.
This is a place to get started. Maybe that's a better
It
way to
is.
say it.
That's really, we want to let you know that we're trying to start to move the needle, really. That's
Well,
it.
to Commissioner Boone's point, you have to have a justifiable process for why you're doing one over another. So I think this is a good process. You're continuously refining it, whether you add, one or two of these factors that we've talked about today.
And we'll get a map, we'll overlay all of them. We can overlay requests. Some of these requests may be 10, 15 years old. I don't know. We've got that information. They've just created a list, but the town's really probably not done a whole lot about it, from what I can tell. And so you'll have that information to make better decisions.
So I know you have a process for how you got to these 13 or 15, this list. I think that it might be helpful for the board to understand what that process was, so maybe if you could just write it out for us. And that way, if people ask us, then we can explain the process, because we'll understand it.
Sure. I guess one last thing to add on this is, one of the considerations, and we can put this in our process, was, is there a DOT project or a town project coming that's going to add? So this list is exclusive of those, meaning those are separate. Those are going to be taken care of at some other point. What additional things are done? So yes, that's another, you can write out that process for you. All right. One project that's on the list is the Huntington Green Sidewalk project. Just to give you an update of where we are on that one. Environmental process is complete, surveying is complete, design is underway. We sent in our first round of plans to DOT. They've gotten us back comments, things to consider and look at. So we're going to work on that some more and then get that back in then to review. Right-of-way acquisition, hopefully. We can get to that this fall. As far as construction, I put some question marks on there. We've been working with the county, the CDBG folks, regarding construction, timing, when is funding available. We've got some funding, but they didn't just give us all the money up front and say, here you go, good luck. It was, we're going to give you that funding over years of time. One thing we have found with the project so far is that costs are exceeding what we initially thought, just like with most projects. So as we get closer or get further along in that, we're in discussions to see, can the town front the money and then get reimbursed it back? Is it a case where we have to wait for the county to have that much money set aside before we can move to the next step? So these are all things we're working with the county on to get figured out.
And we'll be requesting more CDBG dollars for this project. The problem with the CDBG funds, when we request those, is government hoops galore to jump through. So these projects take double the time. This is one that maybe me and Brian could have went late, so it just takes a ton of time when you get these CDBG projects, and it's a big cost added onto it, because you got to have 3 engineers look over 3 other engineers, unfortunately. So we'll question more funds, and part of the CDBG dollars got held back too, the COVID stuff. So, you know, they kind of withheld some of that because they were going to use some of those dollars for other things. So this project is, it's a good project. It's just a lot of government hoops to jump through, unfortunately. I would say a lot of times our engineers would say, is it worth it to get those? If it's not a large enough part of the money, if you're going after $50,000 to $100,000, I wouldn't waste your time on it. But you know, this is $600,000 and you're trying to get more. So it's a painful project.
Are we pursuing any CDBG type of grant for Pottstown sidewalks?
We will. Typically when you've got a project that's in the hopper and you need more funds, they tend to, and Bobby has worked on CDBG stuff for quite some time, you typically have a better chance of getting more funds to finish that project. And then probably the only other area that I would say that we have a chance of getting CDBG funds are Pottstown. So yes, that would definitely be.
I didn't see it as one of the 13 projects listed on the sidewalk, or did I just?
Yeah, I think it is.
Number 3, was Delwood Drive.
Okay.
And that's one that we'd be looking at CDBG fund. We probably don't put all that in these explanations, and you probably can't see it here. So
Right.
we make sure all this stuff will be online. We'll make sure we share this with you, the public, et cetera. This is just, we're not committing to funding all these things.
Right. I guess when I look at Delwood Drive, I think that is a perimeter of Pottstown. I'm thinking more Central Avenue, but just in general, the whole area.
Yeah, and we'll look at all that area for CDBG. One of the things that's changed too is we are moving the Mooresville to Charlotte Trail out to Church Street instead of Central Avenue. The main reason for that was you can only, if you've been down Central Avenue, you can imagine how many homes would affect. Some of them would be in the front porch, maybe take off the front porch. So that was one of the reasons that trail got shifted, because it would be very tough. But those are things we got to continue to look at for sure.
Okay.
I guess the summary on Huntington Green is we're working on it and we're continuing to, and we're moving along as much as we can. It's just taking longer, as Anthony indicated, to get this one delivered, but doesn't mean we're not working on it. Along the lines of sidewalk, one of the things that we're doing is looking at sidewalk for, this is our current sidewalk. This is a sidewalk that we have out there in town now. Is it ADA compliant or not? We've kind of broken our sidewalk into 2 different pieces, sidewalk ramps and the sidewalk itself. So we've been in the process of reviewing those to see what's in compliance and what's not. So we spent some money, hired a consultant to go survey all the ramps in town. And so we've got a little over 5,400 locations, actually just added some streets, so it's more than that now. And what we found was that 2/3 of them are acceptable. That means they're in great shape. You don't have to do anything to them. The other third have some issues, and we need to go fix them. Some of them may be as simple as slopes and everything look great. We just need to add the truncated dome mats, on top of those. That may be the only thing needed. But if any of the slopes are off, we've got to tear them out and put them back in. So we've put together an estimation figure, again, based on those simple things. Looks like a little over $2 million to do that. We want to go back out and recapture the data again, because over time conditions changed. Trees could have grown up, truck could have run over the corner, what have you. So things change. So we need to keep and stay on top of this. And so this is our sidewalk ramp data.
So we're required to upgrade these to the new, to be ADA compliant today?
That's a good question. So the short answer is yes. The town maintains the sidewalk and needs to keep it in compliance with current ADA laws that went into effect probably 30 plus years ago.
So they could change it again 5 years from now. We got to upgrade all of our sidewalk systems?
Well, it'll mean it's out of compliance. Well, maybe it's easier to explain with a building. If you built a building in the year 1900, rules of building standards have changed since then. Now, it doesn't mean, okay, your building standards changed, that means you got to tear down every building that was built before then. It just means, okay, that building's fine as it is, it's just now out of compliant. If you want to change the building, maybe put on an addition, totally gut it and redo the inside, then you have to bring it up to standard then. And so we're having to bring up.
I understand that, but if we have one that unless we're going to change it because we're upgrading that part of the sidewalk, why would we even be required to touch it?
Well, we do get federal dollars for projects, and ADA compliance is something that the federal government looks for.
We have to show progress, and that's probably the key word I would use. Progress to working towards these for transportation dollars, et cetera, and to meet the ADA standard. Now, we're gonna go fix those this year or next year or the following year? No, but we will show progress towards trying to meet that standard.
Those progress 5% a year?
Up there it says we probably, we'll work towards over the next 5 years. I don't think we have yet determined that. We had to gather this data, the greens and the yellows and the red dots, and we have to budget to try to work towards that progress.
So using your example of the building from 1900, let's just say, I know Vermilion's fairly new, but let's say it was built, who cares, 20 years ago, didn't have, the way they ramp them, typically at the corner. If those sidewalks last another 10 years, now I could see if you came out and had to replace those sidewalks, you'd have to come up. But if those sidewalks went in a year ago and weren't ADA compliant, well, I know you said it's been around for 30 years, but anyway, so are they grandfathered in until such time as we make a change, or?
They should, and I think that's what Anthony was trying to say, they should all be compliant now. We're working towards getting them all compliant. And maybe unlike a building where you build it and that's what it is, sidewalk moves and changes over time. So sidewalk could be good today, next year we go out and survey it and it may not be.
Well, I think that was my point. If we
There could be
make,
settlement or trees or
right,
other.
but as long as that sidewalk's holding up, we don't have to replace it.
The sidewalk issue is unlikely to be that it was not built to the standard then. It's more likely it's developed a crack or there's something happened with it since we built it. So it's not about whether it met the standard then. And my understanding about an ADA transition plan is your transition period is in the eye of the beholder. So if you say, I know I've got $50 million worth of projects that I know are out of compliance, so I'll just do $250,000 a year and I'll just spend the next 100 years getting them compliant. Clearly that's not reasonable to have a sidewalk that's out of compliance for 100 years.
Correct, but no sidewalk's gonna probably last 100 years. So at the point they need to be replaced or fixed or modified, then you would seem the time to do it.
And think about it, notice Laura's perked her ears up now. For risk management purposes, once we know there's a problem there's a sense of obligation to fix it, or we're liable for the things that happen once we know there's an issue. So we gotta be careful with the reasonableness over the length of time that we take to fix a problem.
Okay, so let me ask the question another way. If this went into effect 30 years ago, obviously neighborhoods built prior to 30 years ago, whatever, have we had neighborhoods in the last 30 years built that weren't compliant? And now we're having to go back and fix them?
It's a great question. And next slide is sidewalk through town. So we have roughly 285 miles, probably more than that. Again, some streets were recently accepted of sidewalk in town. One thing to note, we're responsible for sidewalk on town streets and DOT roads. So it's a sidewalk everywhere, right? And we're in the process of gathering the data. So the sidewalk ramps, there's points all through town, as you saw. There's about 5,000 of them. The sidewalk, you gotta go be out there along all of it. So we're in the data capture process. We worked on it all of last year. We think it's gonna take us the rest of this year just to go capture the data to know what's good and what's not. As new subdivisions are built, they're inspected and then guaranteed for a year so that if stuff's wrong, it gets fixed. Then after that, it's ours. It could be that there are no problems ever, but it could be that next year something arises. So we don't know how much is wrong, how much is right so far on our existing network because we're still in that data collection phase. Once we know that, then we'll be able to figure out what we need to go fix when. as part of the street resurfacing process, when streets get resurfaced, that's a great time to go fix sidewalk that's adjacent to it. So, as that occurs, we'll look at fixing some of that. So some of the problem areas will come off the list just as we do other projects, or, maybe there's a section that fails in there, or something else that we go fix. So that may come off the list. So it's a dynamic list of things we have to do.
Commissioner Phillips, I'm gonna get to your comment or question, but we're gonna be judicious about how we approach it as well. Don't let me speak out of turn, but if a sidewalk can't have a slope of more than 7%, we've got a slope that's got a sidewalk of 8%, versus we've got a sidewalk that's got a 3-inch crack in it, we're gonna be smart about where we allocate our resources first. Did you have some comment you wanna make?
Yeah, is there any way we could do a survey for people with disabilities, asking them which sidewalks they use the most so that we're being more equitable with this?
We can absolutely do virtually any survey we want to do, and we're required. You remember a couple of agendas ago how Emily asked us to consider the historically underutilized business goals? Not unlike that, we're supposed to have had a transition plan in place, and we have no record of having an ADA transition plan in place. So you're going to be asked to consider an ADA transition plan this spring, and when you adopt that, we're required to reach out to agencies to ask them to comments on our plan, and so it will be a part of that plan.
I think that would, yeah, we need to do something, because, I'm all for saving money, but if we have sidewalks that aren't equitable for all citizens to use, especially in high traffic areas, that's just being unkind.
As part of that ADA transition plan process, we've got to have a public involvement process with public meetings and invite everybody, maybe more than one. I'm not sure how many we have to have.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of follow up on what Stacy said. Not needing ADA compliant sidewalks, I would imagine if I'm driving down the road and someone says 1 out of every 3 intersections I can't actually use, I have to find an alternative route, I would be very frustrated. And the idea that it is that high, I think it's something that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Possibly we try and identify which areas are more needed, but in general, it seems like a high priority item. It's not something we can just scoot to the side because there's, less than 5% of the people in Huntersville, I don't know the exact number, but may only need that. But we should be as accommodating as possible to people with special needs. So this would be a higher priority item for me.
Me too.
And along the same lines, the fact that we don't have sidewalks that connect, you have sidewalk that then just ends, that is an issue as well for those that actually need it.
Absolutely.
So, it all goes hand in hand, and we need I know you're working on a plan to fix it.
Yeah, so this is just a map of the data we've collected so far. So this is not a sidewalk locations map. This is what we've collected so far. Maybe halfway to 60% complete townwide for that survey. 285 miles. This is a person walking every foot with level and checking everywhere. This also doesn't mean that we're not fixing anything right now either. I'm sure Kevin can attest to how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we're doing in sidewalk repairs every year on that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think we're probably gonna hit it in a slide or two, but so far this fiscal year, Public Works and through contract, we've repaired almost 6,500 linear feet of sidewalk. And that's at an expense of just right around $400,000. And that's just since July 1st of this year. So, and that's only chasing complaints, call-ins of people telling us there's trip hazards or telling us there's, that's not even looking at the proactive approach to having a plan. That's completely reactionary.
You all use POW bill funds for sidewalks?
Yes, sir.
So, only in my 3 years, isn't it about $1.5 million a year we receive from the state?
That's correct.
And so we're getting more sidewalk miles, we're getting more roads that we're having to maintain. You're having to spend that money.
That's
Probably
correct,
can't do, as we continue to grow, you're gonna be more squeezed.
Sure.
what solutions do we have? I mean, like, does the state have a pot of money for fixing these, to bring them up to ADA compliance?
No.
We're also not the only place doing this too. This is a statewide initiative. We're contacted just like every other city and town that has 50 or more employees in the state. You're required to have a transition plan. So
Is this something we could ask the legislator about? I mean,
Yeah.
it's worth a shot, maybe? I don't know.
Money-wise, you're not gonna get any money for this. I mean, the Powell bill dollars are, you're gonna see some slides later that kind of tell you where we are in the situation. I mean, where we may look at other revenue, and you're gonna see later, we may look at, I'm not gonna wanna hear it, but, how do you, the vehicle fee, things like that. Do you look at increasing that to put towards these type things? But you'll see how long the way we're going, how long it would take just to pave the roads, let alone, we put these trees out there. So here's another discussion coming. We put these trees out there, and what do? They buckle up the sidewalk. So what kind of trees are we putting there? We're basically just putting more pain on ourselves, and those are things we've got to discuss because this number's only going to get higher. And I think the last few slides you've talked, sidewalk is all about trying to get a gauge of how much pain is out there, and then hopefully gather data for you all to help make these decisions because it's going to be painful.
Commissioner Boone, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've had my hand up for quite some time, so I guess you hadn't seen it yet. But if you're walking down a sidewalk and you see some of the, when one side meets the other and it's ground down, that's been fixed. And my question would be, how many have we fixed? You've answered that question. But I also think we hired somebody to go around to check on that. I think we hired her last year, check on the tree canopy and the ADA sidewalks. Is that person engaged in that project right now?
Yeah, she's doing they're doing all this kind of work, this data gathering.
we,
Is that
last
something-
year, we hired a firm to just go collect the data on the sidewalk ramps. So ramps only in town, that map there. So we hired somebody just to go collect the data. So it was a one-time thing. They gave us the data, and that was it. We're right now using internal staff and engineering and public works to go out and capture data on our existing sidewalk. Where are the issues? Is it not wide enough? Is it sloped the wrong way? Is there an obstruction? Did a utility company come in and make a cut and didn't repair it right? All those things, we're going out and just capturing the data right now with internal staff to see. And then, Kevin, and then we get complaints and address them as they come in. So we don't wait and say, well, we're doing a sidewalk survey now, we'll get back to you later on. They're actively going out and spending money and fixing those requests. If somebody says, hey, we've got a panel that's raised 3 inches, we're not going to just say, sorry, we're doing a survey right now, we'll get back to you in a few years. We're going ahead out and fixing those projects.
Thank you.
I think it's important to note that this sidewalk is definitely from the repair standpoint, the ADA compliance is so dynamic because we could come up here and present data to you. Well, this 6,500 feet that we fixed this year isn't going to necessarily be reflected if you pull up the locations maps of stuff that needs to be fixed. And then we're finding with the tree situation that we'll hit on here in a minute, we're replacing the same sections of sidewalk multiple times because we just can't stop the trees from tearing it up again. What you mentioned with the grinding, that's simply, that's one tool in our toolbox, but that just gives us an early indication that panel's gonna have to be replaced because, again, it's a dynamic situation. We can grind it if it's, a half inch or, a little more than a half inch. Grinding is a tool that we use, but that's a Band-Aid because, once that tree root keeps growing, it's just gonna raise again and raise again and raise again until eventually we had to pull that panel out, try to cut the roots out, and then replace it. But it's a never-ending battle.
Good lead in there, Kevin. Good
Mr.
lead.
Boone set us up good for this one right here.
That's right. All right, so, as Kevin was saying, as trees grow and mature, they're impacting the sidewalk. They also impact the stormwater system. These are just a couple of pictures from neighborhoods here in town where sidewalk has been impacted by trees. Just one of the things that impacted. So, some time ago, the standard used to be you'd have a green zone of 5 feet between the back of your curb and your sidewalk. And then a large tree would go in that 5 feet. Several years ago, that standard was increased to 7 feet because we were finding that wasn't enough room for that large tree. So we'll spread it out a little bit more, give the tree more room to grow. As you see, the picture this is a new subdivision. This is the trees that go in. These are large trees that go in at probably a 2-inch caliper. So it looks good. It's got plenty of room when it first is planted, right? The trees don't, unless they're artificial, they continue to change. So one alternative could be artificial trees, but that's probably different. So here's a couple of alternatives. We can continue to spend the money and increase funds to fix and maintain the sidewalk that we have that continues to have issues because of trees. We could also look at changing the design. Do we not have large maturing trees between the sidewalk and street? Do we put those behind the sidewalk? If we did that, do we need so much room between the sidewalk and the street? Could we tighten that right of way? Leave more property available for development? That's an option. Another option is you go the other way. Say, well, the trees, we're still having issues. Let's have more room. Expand the right of way out. Make that public space bigger. These are just some of the options. Okay, but again, we're spending more money. We're talking about spending money to just keep what we have. This is not adding more, just keep what we have. So I guess that's kind of the challenge that we have. We're running into problems. The problem's not going to go away. It's not like we fix it once and we're done. This is going to be something that keeps coming up.
I'm super down with changing the parameters. I mean, isn't it like the definition of insanity doing the same thing over again and expecting different results? And I'm sure the sidewalks are tearing up the trees too, so it's a battle royale of sorts. So I'm all for the parameter changes.
Yeah. By the way, this picture is not in town. This is an example of what it could look like. If you put the large trees, and these trees have matured, behind the sidewalk, what are you trying to do with having? Are you trying to gain a look by having a canopy over the street? What are you really trying to achieve with that street tree, between the sidewalk and the street? And are you achieving that? Is that really what you want? Okay, well then we'll just need more money to maintain the sidewalks that we have.
Well, we have a choice of either a street tree or a yard tree is what it comes down to. Or are all the species of trees that are planted as street trees break up the sidewalk?
I'm not a tree expert, but it seems like large maturing trees, they get pretty large trunks on them. So
I was just wondering if there's any kind of tree out there that doesn't have those spreading roots that break up the sidewalks.
Hornbeams, a lot of the hornbeams you see in the downtown settings, you won't see that, but that's more of a wine glass shape. And that's probably part of the problem. Years ago, the species of trees, they keep refining. I see these arborists refine what they're putting in the codes, but years ago, they put whatever oak tree and anything you want. You know how big they get. And maples, and they bust up the sidewalk, and towns continue to refine that canopy that they allow. And a lot of these are older neighborhoods and they've grown and busted up the sidewalk. So it's just a tough situation. I don't know the right answer to it, Mr. Boone.
Well, what about the sidewalks? The way we put the sidewalks in, we usually dig it out about 4 or 5 inches deep, put some gravel down there. Is there another option of doing it that way, where it's more root friendly?
There are some new surfaces that are out there that are more friendly, and they're porous surfaces, but they're more rubber, like you see pouring rubber. I've seen some folks starting to look at that. We haven't done anything like that, and those may be more on trails for parks, but there are other options to consider, but we haven't moved in that direction yet. It's new stuff coming out on all that.
Thank you.
And of course, we do understand, it's conflicting interest even amongst the people that'll be standing at this podium. I'm sure that Jack and Brian are cringing at just us up here talking about it.
He was back there doing this.
Right. But, I don't think anybody can deny that spending you know, with the ADA compliance plan and having to spend nearly $600,000 a year to maintain your current system, only chasing complaints, I mean, those are real dollars. Those are tremendous dollars. And to Commissioner Hines' point, in a dwindling pot of money that we've currently using to maintain it.
Have you all talked this planning about, is there a compromise somewhere? Because they're not gonna want it behind the sidewalk as private owners, because they can go take the trees down. You know, I think probably the reason, part of it is between the sidewalk and curb is there'll always be a tree there, you know, because we own it now. So, I mean, can you, if we take it to 10 feet, does that help solve the problem? But then, I mean, smaller lots, I mean, it's gonna affect the subdivision ordinance and minimum lot size and those kind of things, so. But we shouldn't keep spending $600,000 a year either. So I don't really know how to solve this problem, but have you all had conversations about trying to create a win-win?
We talked about it a little bit. I wouldn't say we,
The conversations get pretty heated and then they go.
I'm sure.
And to Commissioner Boone's point, is there a possibility of different types of trees that we could support that wouldn't push up, the roots wouldn't come up and push the sidewalk and crack it as some of these have? I don't know the answer to
I
that.
think that there are species of trees that are better than others. There's not any that you're not gonna have root spread. And I think the tree, you know, generally as a rule, your canopy is not gonna get big unless your roots get big.
That's true.
So if you're shooting for a canopy that goes over the road, which I would argue against anyway, because that's terrible for our pavement. But anyway, we're getting back to maintenance dollars. But if your goal is a canopy over the road, then you're also gonna get roots under the road.
Right.
So, again, it's competing interests, you know, we get it, but, you know.
And it's more gathering, we haven't shared this with you before, so this is new information for everybody. So part of this, all these last slides you've seen is the same thing. Hey, we got issues, trying to share information. We got to figure out a solution. This may be something that the Ordinance Advisory Board or something you say needs to look at and continue to study. I don't know, but we're trying to share more information with you and gather as much facts as we can also. So a lot of this is new. I know we haven't shared this with you before since I've been here. So it's just painful.
Yeah, I look at it from my perspective, Burkdale versus Macaulay. And Macaulay was probably approved maybe 2 to 4 or 5 years later. And Burkdale, one side of the street, sidewalk, no trees. And it's a great neighborhood. Macaulay, love walking in there when it's 95 degrees because both sides of the street sidewalks and a lot of trees. But I guarantee you have more problems in Macaulay than you do in Burkdale.
If you can keep from tripping.
Yeah.
Just take it out of Brian's paycheck.
Keep that 2 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just throw out my opinion on there. I mean, just kind of looking at it and what you guys are saying, putting the trees behind the sidewalk, moving the sidewalk closer to the road may not be as aesthetically pleasing, but long-term cost sounds like it makes the most sense.
yeah, I guess our perspective is, we see Commissioner Phillips' perspective of, we keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Do we need to make a change somehow?
Yep.
To do something different? Otherwise, we're just gonna keep going down this.
Well, and it's just ridiculous that we're wasting money doing this when we have people with disabilities who can't access our sidewalks. So it's like we're kind of crossing two things off and fixing them at the same time. I mean, I would probably go nuts if I had to go fix the same sidewalk every couple of years anyways. I mean, it's just silly.
Is there a way for planning to maybe look at communities that have done something a little different, just to kind of look at the aesthetic, try to find the balance to it?
Yeah, we can do some more research. Like I say, this is just sharing information with you that we've, at some point in time, either we just keep doing and fixing, or we move, just like you move. I mean, somebody moved from 5 to 7 feet, probably for some of the same reasons, et cetera. We got to look at other options, or we either keep doing the same thing. So we need to do more research. There may be a change we need to the code, you know, tree species, et cetera. But it's gonna be a continual problem.
All
that we
right,
gotta
well,
address.
let's get off of the ADA, because we're running up against our deadline. So typical, when we don't have a lot of time, TIA. And fleet services, so do you want to take,
Yeah, I'll speak through this really fast, if you can. That just tells you, last year, about over 132 million was in the statewide PAL bill allocation. You can see that was a little bit of a hit from the previous year. And obviously with COVID, we don't know what impact, the current or the future year will hold, but I expect that downward trend to continue again. Real fast, maintenance costs obviously are going up continually. Right now, we're looking at a cost, you know, we talked a little bit about our resurfacing maps that we're doing. It's about $40,000 to mill 1 mile of street. That's take the old asphalt off. If we patch 10% of that, which is a pretty safe number, you're looking at another $35,000, $160,000 to resurface with 2 inches of asphalt. You're looking at $235,000 per mile. That's what we're generally seeing. If you take that by 211 miles, which this coming year we're going to be up from that closer to 220. But anyway, we're current 211, 49, almost $50 million. If we spend 80% of our annual PAL bill allocation, which is 1.473, and that's using, you know, 80% of that, that's only leaving 20% for everything else we do using PAL bill money, including patching or fixing sidewalk. Then what that leads us to is our streets will get resurfaced once every 42 years. You guys hear from citizens a lot, probably just as much as we, if not more than we do. There are going to be some pretty irate people if their road doesn't get resurfaced but every 42 years.
Assuming it's not 42 years, how often should streets be resurfaced?
Generally, we're seeing current asphalt, the current super pave asphalt, hot mix asphalt's lasting 20 to 25 at the most. And of course, that depends. Like Stephen said, the answer is it depends. Traffic volumes, loading, all that kind of stuff. So, a residential street that only sees 20, 30 cars a day, you're probably looking at 20 to 25 years. A Ranson Road or a Gilead Road or the business park where you see heavier vehicles and a lot more vehicles, you're probably closer to like 10 to 12.
plus there's a tree canopy, right? And then it's
Tree canopy, that's right, that's right. So, and we're not, all this to say, we probably look for some bigger numbers. Our PAL bill, general fund, or fund balance rather, is dwindling. I mean, it's gonna dwindle, and every year we're having to tap more into it. So at some point, we're gonna have to look at alternatives, and I heard Mac say this for years while he was standing here, and I'm just gonna keep carrying that torch. I mean, it's, at some point, we're gonna have to look at revenue streams for street maintenance. So I'm kind of just teeing that up, and I'll keep saying it every year. So, but that's right now. I think our fund balance is 3.4, right at 4 million. But we're tapping into that $500,000 a year or so. So it's going to keep coming down.
All right, townwide TIA. This is a fun one here. So I guess one of the questions before was if the town did a traffic analysis of conditions at most of the major intersections in town, what would that cost? So we talked with the consultant and got a price. So if you want to just go out and see what everything is today, this will give you a townwide snapshot of all the intersections in town. You're looking at about 110,000. If you want to look out a few years, say 2025, you want to add in all those approved development traffic studies that get done, all the ones that have already been approved, add all those numbers in. see what it looks like, that'd be another 60,000 on top of that. What that would give you, that'd give you a town-wide snapshot. Right now, we get snapshots on TIAs that, hey, a couple intersections here, and we look a couple years out, and then 8 months later, another one comes over here, another snapshot on this side of town, a few years out from there, different probably year. Okay, so you get little bits and pieces as these TIAs are done. So if you wanted to do a town-wide one to get a snapshot of what everything looks like now, this is the cost for it. Now that just gives you a snapshot, and it's only based on the data that you get. Traffic studies, you go out and collect data for one day. So you go out and collect it for the morning peak and the afternoon peak. So that's really what you know. Outside of that, you don't know. So what you capture today is going to be different than what you capture tomorrow or next week or next month. So again, this could give you a snapshot. If you want to get a snapshot of what things are, this is something to do it. If you're trying to look at, what would happen if this develops over here? It's not been planned, but what happens if this develops? Currently, there's the Metrolina Regional Travel Demand Model. It's big picture, okay? It's multiple counties. It takes a lot of things into consideration. If you really want to look down into the weeds at particular roads or sections of roads, it's hard to do that because you're looking at such a big thing. So if you really want to hone that in, an option is to do a sub-regional model. So basically take these big areas and turn them into smaller ones, kind of refine. It's like getting closer to take a picture. If you're a mile away and you try to take a picture of something, the resolution's not going to be very good. If you want to get a good close-up, you've got to get closer. So,
But even if we spent 170,000, the results would be skewed because we're in the middle of COVID, right?
if you capture new data, yes. Yeah. But if you want to see, all right, well, let's go see what it is today. Next year, you go do this again. Okay, you'd say, okay, well, what does it look like? You can compare the two. Right now, we don't have anything to be able to compare it to. We haven't done this every year, so you don't know what the trend is. To say, are intersections getting better? Are they getting worse? Other than driving through them every day.
Right, but I mean, traffic's down now, so we come out of COVID, they're gonna get worse, right?
It could. I don't know.
And it would be another 170,000 next year?
To do it again, now once if you use the same consultant and you keep doing the same thing over and over, it wouldn't be 170 every time. It'd be less because you'd be able to use some of that information from before. But you would have to go capture traffic counts. Those would be new every time.
Two questions. If we had a townwide TIA before this virus hit and North State came in and couldn't do a TIA because school wasn't in session, you could use that townwide TIA for this intersection in downtown, correct?
You could use the data from it. Yeah, they could use their, and the town does currently collect traffic count data even outside of doing TIA-wise. So over the years, we've been capturing a third to a half of the town with traffic counts every year, and we provide that data to consultants. And to be honest, that's what they've been using since this time last year. We've been giving them the data. Here's the data we have. Go use that because conditions are today not what they were a year ago.
Second question is, what other department in town would be able to use this information for a benefit other than the traffic engineering?
You could use it, engineering could also use it for planning projects. You could see, all right, we want to do a project over here. How could this impact the intersections, not just right there, but around it? We could do some analysis of that. Planning may want to use the information to project growth or see how growth is occurring as far as traffic volumes.
Police
I
department?
know developers would be interested in the data. They're always looking to, we get calls once in a while of, hey, do you have a traffic count on this road? I want to see if I want to build a store out here. Hey, do you have a traffic count out here? Because they're looking at traffic counts to see what kind of traffic's going by before they make a business decision.
I think the police department would be interested in the figures also.
Yeah.
What do we charge somebody to do a TIA in town, a developer?
The town doesn't charge anything because the developer hires. Years ago, the town used to, I guess, got into the business of doing traffic studies for developers back late 2000s. However, I know when I came on board, it seemed like a conflict of interest. The town's requiring you to do improvements and has the keys to control the traffic analysis. Seemed like we were, kind of a little bit of a conflict there. So, gosh, it's probably been 8 or so years ago, turn that back over to the developer. So the developer's in complete control of who they select, how much they pay for it. We just have some analysis guidelines for them to go by.
But they have to select it from our list.
What they select from is a list of consultants that have done it before, to be honest. We don't want to have somebody do a traffic study where they've never done a traffic study before. This is their first time ever doing one, and usually you have to kind of help them learn. It's a pretty detailed and specific process. We're looking for somebody that's done this before. I'm trying to think of an analogy. Would you hire somebody to go build you a house that's never built a house before, ever? So we're looking for just consultants that have done this before, and they can use somebody that has done a study before.
Commissioner Bales?
So, is this what you're recommending? Or is there something else that you would recommend?
I don't have a recommendation. I guess it'd be a question of what are you looking to find out? And based on that answer, this may be a tool to help find that out. This may not be a tool. I know when we started looking at this stuff, a question I had was, this could be a solution, but what problem what are you looking to gain from doing that? If you're looking to gain a snapshot of where things are today, yeah, this is a great tool to have to give you that snapshot of how things are operating today. If you're trying to look and project, okay, 8 years from now, how are things going to look? Doing a traffic analysis is probably not going to be that tool to use to do that.
So what tool would you use to do that?
Well, a sub-regional model would be better. That way you can plug in growth projections, or hey, we think there's going to be a lot of industry over here. How could that impact, your transportation network?
So would you need both of those hand in hand to make that work?
I guess the regional model will look at, where does traffic go to come from, and that'll give you some numbers. If you want to analyze on how that would work in a system, then you'd have to do the analysis. So you may have to do some of both. You'd have to do both to really, okay, with this analysis scenario, with this growth, with this kind of development, how is this intersection over here going to perform? You need both to be able to figure that out.
That's what I thought. I almost feel like we do need to do both. But
I think it goes to what problem you're trying to solve.
Right.
So I don't know if anybody's articulated that yet. Commissioner Munger has the answer.
I don't have the answer. Just kind of following up on Commissioner Boone's comments. Currently, a developer comes in, wants to develop, and we ask them to do a TIA, and they hire a contractor, and they pay for that fee. This is us fronting a fair amount of money. Is there any way to get that money back, so to speak,
Recoup it back?
from the developer?
I don't know, that'd be a legal question whether we can recoup any of those or not.
You can go ahead and say impact fees are illegal.
Trying to figure that out.
Sounds like you already know the answer.
I do. Just curious.
If the town goes and does it, to me, it wouldn't make sense to ask the developer to do the exact same thing.
Right.
So they could skip part of what they currently do and turn in, because we'd already have that information.
But everybody's source data would be from the same place, which makes it more across the board, which, anything can be skewed. So I like the idea of the town having this in our pocket, because it's just black and white at that point. And we don't know what we don't know either.
I think Commissioner Munger's asking, can there be a reimbursable type program? Don't use the word impact fee, but reimbursable if an applicant were to come in, but could pay for part of the data that we've already collected.
That would be something to research.
Yeah, okay.
But
if
even
we
if,
got rid of the TIA altogether, TIA requirements, then this would not be necessary.
But don't they
I
have
know it's a
to,
different conversation.
Yeah, that's a different conversation. If the town wanted to know and just have the data and give it to everybody, then that's one
but
path.
Stephen, even if we did it today and a development 8 months from now went in, they'd have to redo it because conditions change, right?
Yeah, say, again, it's all in the data. To me, it's in the data. You're going to capture data today. So data next week, it'll probably look a lot similar, but it'll also be different. The results
Right.
and numbers will be a
So
little
it's
bit.
gonna have to be redone anyway. So,
Yeah, you could say, that I could see a scenario of the town captures traffic counts maybe in the spring of each year. And we give it out, and that's what everybody uses for their traffic study for that year. And then the next year, you go capture it again, and do the same thing over and over and over.
Every year.
sounds like our sidewalk issue. We need a revenue stream.
I mean, I just trying to figure out what are we trying to help or solve? I thought we were going to have a discussion on whether we were having a TIA or not, so I didn't even know we were going to pay for this. You want to deal with any other questions so we can go to fleet services and give
I
some-
guess we just want some direction on this, because this is one of the, bring back more information on TIA on the FY '21 goals, and just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
doing.
I mean, my opinion, I thought we were talking, are we going to have a townwide TIA? So I didn't even know that this was the subject, so. Is this something you want further investigation, not do? Go ahead and do.
Are we leaving it the same?
Yes.
Are we-
More research, if we can get reimbursed.
I think for me, I'd need more information. First of all, is reimbursable a possibility? Because this is an ongoing thing every year. And if we're, I mean, before long, I mean, we'll be spending $130,000, $200,000 a year for updated TIA and just to be a loss leader. I mean, we'll be losing money every year. But then my bigger question is the TIA, it doesn't seem to be working. We keep talking about this. Do we even need the TIA? That won't be popular, but do we even need it? So that's kind of that's my non-answer.
I'd like the reimbursable aspect to be researched.
So a little more research.
Yeah, I'm not for spending $170,000, especially since the day after we get the data, it's no longer good. So I don't know what we're trying to do.
I think the figures is the first time that we do it, it costs us 110. 4 years later, it'll only cost us 60. Is that correct?
No, this would be, say, what the cost numbers are, which we got from a consultant, is if you wanted to do an existing conditions analysis, I want to go take traffic counts and just see what the numbers look like. You know, how those intersections grade out. Is it really bad or really good? If you want to take those numbers and add on TIAs that have been done for developments that are not here yet. So for example, the Cook Farm subdivision 1 that you just approved, it's coming, but it's not here yet. So we would take those existing volumes and numbers and add in the ones that have been approved. And you get a projection of, okay, here's what things could be like in a few years with all of this development that's been approved occurring. So you get to compare, here's what it is today, here's what it could be in 4 years or 5 years.
And then a developer comes in and he does his TIA, and his figures are completely different from ours. So whose would you believe?
They both could be right, or they both could be wrong.
I'm just trying to say,
I'm not trying to be funny. It's the challenge of doing traffic studies. You don't get absolute answers, and they don't stay the same all the time.
Right,
It's
because
a
if he
tool
does
in the
his in 8
toolbox.
months, traffic conditions have changed. Or we've got COVID right now, so COVID lifts tomorrow morning and everybody goes back to schools and work and whatever else, everything changes.
It's changing. It's to give you, to me, it's a tool in the toolbox. It's not the be-all, end-all. This is it. This is the only way it can be, and it's going to stay that way. It's dynamic, but it'll give you a snapshot of how things are at that point in time.
All right, so let's go to fleet services, but let's do some research, see if there's some type of reimbursement. But I don't know if there's overwhelming support for spending $170,000 a year on.
Well, I'll be super fast on this. I think the reason we're running over think Laura ran over and pushed us. I'll just be super fast with this. Basically, through a lot of hard work with Jackie and Patty over in finance helping us out, we were, and the delay in having this workshop, we were able to find out that probably we won't be moving forward with it this year. But currently, just a quick breakdown, we're up over 160 vehicles that the town owns now. And that's not counting our pieces of equipment that Parks and Rec and Public Works has, so bulldozers and excavators and lawnmowers and blowers, all that good stuff. So 162 actually vehicles on the street. Currently, we're outsourcing fleet maintenance repairs. As you know, we have to go to a local vendor, whoever, a dealership or wherever, to get our vehicles worked on in large part. Based on the analysis that Jackie and Patty and you know all the departments pulled together, we're not quite there as far as this making sense as far as pulling the labor number out and bringing this in-house. But we did change our accounting practices. So moving forward, we're going to be able to have a better snapshot of exactly what we're paying in labor versus parts versus, you know, miscellaneous shop supplies and rags and all dry and all that good stuff that shows up on those bills. So when we come back to you next year at this time, we hope to really have it drilled down. And then, of course, if we do bring this in-house, there's some real benefit to us bringing in fleet services in-house that it's tough to assign a dollar value to. Safety of vehicles, you know, the patrol cars especially, you know, now they're having to take them to a private parking lot somewhere and leave them and sit, and where at our facility they could be locked. And scheduling and doing things in-house, I feel like we could have our thumb on it a little better as far as, you know, making sure that our fleet is properly maintained. Go to the next one here. Yep, that's it. And that and coupled with, we need to take, you know, we've had some discussions, we need to take a holistic approach to fleet management that we're not getting now, because some people go to this dealership or some people go to this store or some people go here and there, and it's tough, and it's up to each department director to kind of figure out what's the best thing to do with their fleet, where if we bring it internal, we've got one person that's over that shop that knows every vehicle we got, and, you know, as far as, you know, aging out vehicles and retiring them while they still have value, and buying new ones, and what we buy, and that. So all this to say, I know I'm over. All this to say, I'll be saying here again next year, hopefully with a little better numbers. So due to our updated accounting practices that we've put into place, but be putting it on your radar that I think that we're getting really close to it making sense to bring fleet services in-house.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Munger?
Yeah, I hate to bring this up, but a couple different projects or developments we've had come along, and I know you and I have had correspondence about this. I feel like I've been blindsided a couple times on soil erosion and drainage issues in various neighborhoods. Is there any way we can get like a general idea of where some of these complaints are coming, so that, you know, in particular the child daycare center that we have up for discussion along NC 73, I had no idea that there were soil erosion issues in that creek behind there, and that there had been multiple complaints. So I'm just trying to get an idea of where we are with those, and who we're working with, Charlotte Water, I assume, and various other entities to address some of those issues.
Yeah, we can, I'll get with Anthony and we'll figure out what the best way it is to convey that information to you guys, but, you know, certainly we can open our books to our, you know, the complaint log that we have, and I'll get an opportunity to talk again tomorrow with Patty, and we'll dig more into stormwater specifically. Okay. But much like our sidewalks and streets, it's a challenge.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a funding source. Yes, sir.
Would you rather, or in addition to, just have where work is being done as well?
I guess
'cause
in
they could be
general, I'd like to see where
complaining.
the complaints are coming.
Because I talked to a woman there the other day, and I said, well, we actually are in the process of working that out.
Right.
It was good to have that knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, both sides of the equation, complaints and
Yeah.
where we're actively making progress and, you know, what's being thrown
Sure,
at it. Because
sure.
to his point, when a constituent calls me and says, don't you know that all this is happening back here? And I'm thinking, oh my God, we're not doing anything about this, and it's out of the blue. When it turns out, as you pointed out to me, it's an active work process, and you guys are forging ahead, trying to address the issues and actively doing things to make it better.
Yes.
But I heard that after the fact, and I'm like,
Right.
okay.
Sure,
So-
yeah, sure, and like I say, I'll work with the manager's office, and we'll try to figure out what the best way it is. Maybe it's like a projects list that we can just, you know, keep you updated on.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you all. You get overtime pay. It's going to be back at 3:30, and I'm sure we'll make up some time, or we'll just stay after 5. It's important. So,
Thank you, guys. There's a lot going on in Huntsville. Yes. I got up here and was like, oh, dang it, it's too late now.
some of it's like, and you're like, those sprints, again.
All right, we're gonna get started. Commissioner Hines said he had a phone call to make, so we can start.
Mr. Walsh is disappearing.
Didn't I just see him out there?
Yeah, I gotta take this.
So Zach, I just wanted you to know that Huntersville is not doing so well in the Mayor's Fitness Challenge. I don't know if you can push some information out to your
We can, certainly.
people over there. But Mooresville has 700, 800 people signed up. We have about 250. And then Davidson and Cornelius have more minutes per person than we do.
Gotcha.
Third place, as Dale Earnhardt would say, is last.
No, you worry. You got time. There's still, what, 10 weeks left?
Yeah, every week. I'm going after this.
Are ya?
I get my 45, 50 minutes in. All right.
And you thought I was?
You ready?
Logging on, whatever.
Okay.
I can take it.
Ready?
Yeah, Commissioner Hines is on a business call.
Perfect. Well, obviously, pleasure to be here and talk through what's been going on with HFFA and obviously future plans. Certainly, it was not a typical year, as it is for a lot of places that exist. So we'll kind of talk through that high level here, and maybe for the interest of time, too, we'll catch you back up to the original scheduled plans. So talk about the facility and a little bit of that impact before we get into really what the impact of COVID has been and kind of how we're trending. I thought it was important to at least note up until the point that it really started to affect the overall operation. We had actually started to inch closer to about a 7% growth overall month over month. We were, as of the last retreat, we were showing that we were about the 5% range, and we'll show some of those numbers as well. But proud to say that that's where we were at. To set us up for success and to set the town up for success. But unfortunately, we saw quite a bit of an impact. The groups that really we've been seeing most recently that have kind of come through the program and were the earliest adopters outside of a lot of those pool users when we were allowed to reopen were these insurance programs, the subsidized insurance programs, as well as a lot of our Rock Steady participants overall. Those are some of the first that probably really started to enter into the building. Not a huge percentage of overall membership, but due to that, due to membership overall and really that reduction as it looked, it dropped about 33% just from the onset of us re-entering into the building. But with that said, we had some time obviously to kind of plan for what the expectation would be. So we were happy to be one of the first large-scale operations in the region to truly reopen. Had gone through a full closure and full reopen under the latest restrictions that we knew about coming into May. At that time, it was just pool operations and any other operations you could do outside. It was very limited, extremely limited as to what you, compared to what you see today. However, with COVID, if there's even a light way to say positiveness that comes out of it is innovation. And so it allowed us to re-look at some of the operations that we had, and specifically we launched some online offerings during the shutdown overall to keep engagement with membership. And when we were able to reopen and go outside, we launched obviously programs that could easily be modified, like the Strong program outside, and some new classes. Power Row is one, beach conditioning is another, to try and again engage any of that membership that was able to operate outside, as well as create some new partnerships. And one of those was the Fit Fighter, which is ever growing, and likely you'll be seeing that more and more, not just from us, but just nationwide. It's a new business that launched this, well, it would have been late 2020 with a partnership on Shark Tank, so we were able to partner with that. And so this is one of those programs that we brought into the building, as well as planning to bring it to the outdoor operations as we move forward. But moving forward, I wanted to talk about some of the offerings and community impact events that were slated coming into 2020 that unfortunately got cut short or didn't even happen at all. We were planning to have our largest historical internal dive event. That's the big dive event, which is going to happen here in another few weeks, but obviously it will be much smaller than what was originally planned. Powerade State Games, they had actually taken a year off from any aquatic statewide games, and they were going to re-inject that into the state of North Carolina here with us. Unfortunately, had to back away from that. We had some agreements with a group called Fitter Faster that was going to do some swim clinics as well. And then obviously the other various events, swim leagues, competitions, that all obviously got cut short and haven't happened, and only recently have started to see some of those re-injected into the facility. Also, originally had started doing blood drives. We haven't done one of those in quite some time, again, due to some of the closures and the focus that they have. We were just in the final moments of an agreement along with Meck County and the Special Olympics to do an event over in the gymnasium at HFFA as well. So hopefully we can rekindle that once it's safe and appropriate to do so. And then a lot of the other programs that we do, especially around the holiday time, to try and get some engagement with some of the local businesses, again, unfortunately, didn't make sense at this point to launch with 2020 and the operations. So let's talk more hard facts as to where we sit. I thought it would be important to take a look at last year and kind of be reminded, if you will, some of the growth that was existing in the facility. This is just straight line revenue from July through December 2018 into 2019, how that compares. This was on the presentation last year, and overall, close to about an 88,000 increase, about a 5% increase overall that we were seeing at that time. And like I mentioned at the beginning, that was inching closer to more of a 7% overall growth. Unfortunately, looking at it from 19 into 20, the revenue stream got stinted quite a bit. Overall, that impact equates to close to $730,000 just as to the end of December of 2020, and that is about a 38% drop of overall projected revenue. Obviously, that's due to quite a few things. That's membership, that's those events that unfortunately we were not able to do. Comparing that to membership overall, again, that follows the same stream. Last year when we presented and talked through the numbers from 18 to 19, that comparison was a net improvement of $56,000 and an overall increase of 5.5%. That, again, was trending along with the 7% that I mentioned earlier. As you can imagine, with a reduction in revenue, there would be a reduction in membership revenue as well. So you can see that same timeline snapshot, close to $560,000 loss overall. So you can see that most of the revenue loss was just from membership alone. And at the time that we prepared this presentation was sitting about that percentage. It is typically on a month-to-month, still in a reduction scenario. It is starting to slow now that we're starting to reach some baselines and some of our other incentive programs. And I'll talk here in just a moment about our plan to move that along in a more positive trajectory. But with that being said, I'm sure all of you see the month-to-month overall numbers, and so I'm not necessarily going to rehash unless we want to. Certainly it's a very good story and numbers to talk about as we stand here today. Pat myself on the back. About almost close to $200,000 net positive in preparation for final operation or fiscal year operation for us to cover things like debt service and final accruals. So that's very positive. But in the meantime with that, we've done quite a few projects overall. All of these were generally planned to be either improvements or official repairs to continue to obviously not only meet COVID guidelines, but just the programs that are moving along. So the Dectron, if you're not familiar, is the air handling system for the large pool space inside. And then along with those, they have supplemental motors and heaters and things of that nature that needed to be improved upon and start to increase some redundancy, as well as some modifications to our HVAC control, which was definitely a step in the right direction with the expectation of air handling inside the building. Along with that, however, there's still kind of some of the thorn in the side items, if you will. Dectrons, they continue to need ongoing, not just preventative maintenance, but just overall maintenance between all the various components, compressors, motors, general leaks that occur, things of that nature. That is typically a large swath of our maintenance costs right now, as well as just general operations of the building, with the building continuing to mature overall. But again, these are just some of the snapshot items that once we were able to reopen and kind of see how we could do proper expense management control under the current guidelines and reduction of revenue, allowed us the opportunity to do some of these items so far. So as we move forward and we look into the future planning to the best that we can, not knowing what true spring, summer, fall, winter will bring for this year, we are planning that within about the next month we'll return and add on classes to hopefully drive some other members back who may have taken a moment of pause through the winter time frame that they didn't want to operate inside the building, or obviously when it's 30 degrees outside. So return to doing some of those options. I mentioned Fit Fighter before. There's going to be new classes that we're planning to operate outside as well. So hopefully we can increase just the overall offerings, especially with the spring being somewhat lighter than what we were operating in before with middle of the summer temperatures. We are in the works as well to relaunch some of the race series, triathlon series that we had. All those were paused, and we got a large swath of interest last year, but obviously when those were paused, we told them it would extend into this year, so planning for that for the summertime. Have summer camps. They've already, our registration for that is already opened. They are not at 2019 capacities. Hope and dream is obviously to get to our 2019 capacities on those. At this point, we're operating under the 2020 capacity limits, but still, we can see there's a vast interest. With that being open just a short period, about 2 weeks, we're already sitting at about 40% capacity filled for that. So certainly hoping that we'll be able to open that up more and more as the weeks and months go by. And then obviously continue to discuss plans moving forward as we shift into the summertime as to what that's going to look like for other indoor offerings, whether that's new classes, modified classes. As I'm sure you're aware, there's a lot of restrictions, if you will, on class sizes that we're able to offer inside the building at this time. So every offering overall that we have is operating under a limited capacity, and so being able to maybe modify some of those plans as some of these restrictions modify over the next coming months. One of the other areas that we wanted to talk about, however, and I just want to be very clear that I'm not bringing this up today as a, hey, this is our plan to do, and this is what we want to try and talk with the group at large about launching today. It's not appropriate today, but reflect on other areas. You know, we've taken a lot of time to really dial in expense management, again, to put us in a position that we know we can cover some costs, surprise costs as they may occur, but there's other areas that we need to look at from a revenue standpoint, areas, frankly, that haven't been looked at in quite a number of years, and one of those is member dues. And overall, there's been 0 rate increase. It's actually closer to about 5 years, but there has been 0 rate increase since we've been operating within the facility. And so something that, as the industry and as you research the industry, is typically done on an annual basis. And so fortunately, with the general operation, we've been able to extend all of those rates and not have necessarily the need to discuss any modification in member dues. However, in doing a general industry comparison, I took a snapshot, so I'll show you kind of where we sit in the overall scheme of things. And there's so many different rates that exist with the facility to try and meet the needs of residents, various user groups, non-residents. So I took non-residents because that's typically the biggest disparity that you would ever see. And at the current time, when you look at just the individual rates, when you compare to our local competitors and regional competitors in the immediate area, we are on average about 7% lower overall on membership due asks, and on the family rate, at least 22%, and some points pushing closer to 25, even to the upper 25% range of ask.
And who would you consider a local competitor?
Individuals that provide similar offerings. So if you look at some of the YMCAs, if you look at Lifetime Fitnesses, I didn't typically look at the only fitness center locations, because obviously while they do similar services, they don't offer the wide array that HFFA does. So the 2 largest in our area would be the YMCA and Lifetime Fitness. So considerations, obviously, moving forward, what I really wanted to mention and start the discussion about to get people thinking is really the flexibility to be able to, when appropriate, and that could be a year from now, to be able to better understand the pulse of the market to provide some form of modifications. And I don't put the numbers up there to say, hey, if we are able to get this flexibility to do modifications, we're going to immediately look to increase prices by 20-some%. That definitely would not be smart. And it would be inappropriate to do anything of that nature at this time. But certainly as the trends change in the fitness environment and we start to see a vast increase of overall membership returning and programs returning, it would only be appropriate to start to take a look at that. And as you're starting from a baseline based on the reduction of membership as it sits today, and as we start to see that increase overall, it would be, hopefully appropriate to discuss through this process so that, again, we can have the flexibility to do that when appropriate here, whether that be 6 months from now, a year from now, as the industry starts to bounce back, as well as trying to follow along with the post-COVID plan. And then part of that really relies into the overall plan of items that we've had to either defer or kind of push off to push the budget overall to be successful coming through the pandemic, as well as extra costs. Obviously we know there's increased costs, whether it be utilities and things of that nature, but certainly the amount of expenditure that we've had on cleaning supplies, equipment, and things of that nature to make sure that the area is appropriately safe also requires an increase of some form of revenue to cover those expenses. With that being said, however, talking about some of the capital items that we're eyeing coming into the next fiscal year, we've touched on some of these inside the building, but there's so many units that exist for the various offerings that are inside the building that there's still some boilers that need to be taken a look at and either replaced or added onto to get it back to the redundancy standard. Continued modification of the HVAC control inside the building. We are really probably only touched about 40% of that at this point, so there's still about another 60% that could be modified with the current system as it stands today. Taking a hard look, obviously, at some of the fitness equipment that exists in the building, diving equipment with that program and what needs to be done there to continue to provide them the redundancy is needed, and so overall, looking at about a $50,000 request, which is what the request was coming into this year as well.
I'm sorry, on the HVAC unit control, what was the 60%?
So the control system is, lack of better terminology, archaic. That is very difficult to create modifications on those units to provide continuous airflow and to provide adjustments to airflow. So by doing the modifications that we've started to do, it provides us better control of those units so that some of the things through COVID that they obviously want indoors is continuous airflow. Right now it's internal units, so that's the only way that we can modify it. So we're making it so that it's digital, so that we can utilize technology to do it, as well as do modifications of temperatures and humidity, which we can do, but we can't do on a time schedule. And so there is an expectation that there would be, ideally in the long run, some utility savings based on being able to modify those appropriately.
So is there a cost just to upgrade I don't mean the whole system, but just, like, is it $5,000 now and $5,000 next year? Could we spend, I don't know, I'm making up a number, $20,000 to replace the unit?
Yeah, no, we could spend, it probably would be close to about $20,000 to get it all done in the here and now, or, upcoming. But certainly our plan of attack was those areas that we knew we had to focus on in the immediate. So what we did for the expense that we did this year was we utilized rooms, we hadn't been utilizing before to help spread out the membership base to do other classes and offerings. And so we targeted those spaces so that we could modify those air handlers in a more appropriate fashion. And so those are the ones we targeted. And we would look to do the same thing with that next year plan.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So with that being said, that overall is, in a nutshell, how things have been moving forward. Again, pleased to be 8 months into the general operation and have finances look the way they do in preparation for the end of the year, and certainly hoping that can continue to modify as restrictions adjust to the COVID plan.
Commissioner Munger.
Do you anticipate any sort of net negative effect of the new facility opening up, the North Mech Fitness Facility in Cornelius? You know what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah, I do. I could go through hypotheticals all day long as to kind of how big that impact will be. That's why, we as a team are focused intently on what can we do to create long-standing partnerships that we can have commitment into the facility in the town of Huntersville long term, whether that be through rentals, sponsorships, things of that nature, which would help the overall budgetary process, as well as offering programs that are unique to Town of Huntersville, HFFA. I mentioned a few times the Fit Fighter. I don't know where that's going to go, and no, it's not necessarily for us the million-dollar answer to everything, but it's programs like that that I think set us apart, even when those types of facilities open up, as an offering that you can't get elsewhere. We spend a great deal of time as we go through and train on member interaction and trying to make it so that people almost, for lack of better terminology, feel guilty to leave. But certainly I do anticipate that there will be, at a bare minimum, some user groups, whether it be geographical, that it's just easier to get to, and whether there's some other offerings that maybe are better suited to their specific demographics, specifically seniors and things of that nature. Because we find that there's quite often, especially during COVID restrictions, that we may not be able to offer absolutely everything that we would love to be able to. But regardless, yeah, I anticipate an impact, yet to be seen exactly how big that may be.
Okay. Second question. Under hypothetical normal conditions, fiscal year 2022, or the new normal, what would your, if you can just kind of give me a general number, what would your revenues and your profit margin be for that year?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical, so don't write it down. But I would like to think that it's probably, revenue stream could probably be closer to 3 million. That's what I would really be planning for overall. We are still in the works as we move into the budgetary process of meeting with user groups to see if there's other projects we can try to tackle in the next budget year. That'll give me a better guide as to what's pie in the sky and what's not, what we do think is appropriate. Even with the general membership reduction, assuming that the news that we're hearing is coming into late summer at the latest, that there may be some chances for restrictions to modify. I don't think it's out of the question. There's unfortunately a lot of variables that exist. For instance, with some of the local regional locations shut down, it's given us an opportunity to provide programs and a space for programs that we don't historically have partnerships with. That's also helped our revenues at this point. And as those things modify, the North Mac facility and the like, as they start to come online, will yet to be determined if those programs stay with us at this point. But in short, I don't know that it's out of the realm to shoot for that target. With that profit margin, I think, again, we're going to operate it similar to what we look at now. Proper expense management to get to a margin that's acceptable by, our agreement and with the town, meaning that it's, we want to continue to make positive long-term impacts to the facility, whether that be through leases, through capital projects and the like. I'm cautious to say a margin simply because, I'd love to have a margin coming out of this year. I don't know that there is, based on the expenses that I know coming down to it. As we sit here today and we see that net positive margin, there's still too much unknown that could occur between now and the end of the fiscal year, probably to give you even a good shot in the dark hypothetical on a specific margin, to be honest.
Okay. And so that's why you're looking at the possibility of raising rates? Is it to address capital needs, or is it, more specifically, is it to generate a higher profit margin?
No, I mean, obviously you could look at it on either direction. Our intent really is twofold. One, there are projects that are being withheld right now to help make sure there's not a deficit coming out of this budget. Number two, the longer we wait to look at those types of modifications, unfortunately, the further you fall behind. And what we don't want to do is get so far behind that you're in this downward spiral that you can't stop. Meaning, if our competitors in the market allows for a different rate, which allows us to be more impactful on those capital projects or even just longer term maintenance items that are being withheld currently, you don't want to miss that window. And when you start to see that surge of returning individuals, that's really your window to kind of capitalize on if there ever is one. without having the ability to modify it year over year, the last thing you want to do is say, hey, we don't have a choice now. When you look at overall costs, whether it be utilities or just a maintenance project that occurs, to turn to your membership base and say, hey, we've got to raise you $10 is not what anyone wants to hear, and certainly would not be accepted. And so really this is, with not doing that, we've been able to control expenses well enough that when those items go up year over year, we've been able to maintain. But again, at some point, you hit that threshold where you can't do that anymore, and your only option is to look at things like that. So no, it is not an intent to just say, let's raise it this amount because that's what profit I want to make this year. It is truly for the overall absorption into the facility.
Thank you.
I got a couple more questions. So, the new county facility, I mean, this is a town facility. That's obviously a county facility. If we were competitors across the street, it'd just be the free market. Are you guys looking to work with the county? I mean, we have programs with the county and with local schools to say, hey, these are the services you're going to be offering, and we could offer complementary services or sort of divide and conquer. Hey, we can offer ours here, maybe you offer some up there. I mean, I think with the influx or the increasing population, there's going to be need.
Sure.
So it's not like they can handle everything up there. Have you had meetings with them to discuss that, as opposed to whatever was Lifetime Fitness? You obviously wouldn't go to them and
Sure.
say, hey, let's, you offer this, we offer that.
Yeah. Right now, there's not, the volume, I guess, is not necessarily there to be able to say, hey, there's this true partnership that makes sense due to space and distance. So we've not had any official face-to-face meetings with them in regards to specifically what they're offering and how that can be complemented. As we stand today, with the restrictions in place, there's only a finite amount that we can offer. As it starts to change, there may be a different thought process on that, and certainly some opportunities. While not opposed to it, that's not been something that's been done historically with the facility. So we'll have to continue to evaluate and kind of see if there's actually an opportunity with what they're specifically offering. The difference is that with that facility specific, they obviously are not putting in an Olympic-sized pool. So there are certain user groups we have that wouldn't necessarily have an interest, a need, the ability to move into those spaces. What it does, however, is it creates potentially this void of these smaller residual items that we have space for, that could be absorbed away from HFFA to go to a place like North Mac. And so I don't know that, as I see it today, that there would necessarily be an item that could be shared across both, but certainly an area for us to evaluate.
Okay, or maybe even when events come to town, just like we spread,
Sure.
ball games across our fields. I guess maybe I should know this and I don't. Do you set the rates, or does the town set the rates?
They are currently set in the agreement that they cannot be modified. There's a specific list of the actual membership items, like what they're called, as well as those rates. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to kind of bring it up today, that I'm not intending to turn around and say today, hey, our rate is X and I think it needs to be this. What I think is appropriate as we kind of walk forward on this idea is to have the flexibility to make adjustments as the market demands. And that could be up, which is obviously what we're talking about today, but obviously that could be down as well. There's certain membership classes that we don't have the flexibility to do that. So even if I wanted to say, hey, I want this new rate to actually be $20 cheaper, technically I don't have the ability to do that. And so it's really about that flexibility. So whether that's a range, whether that's a percentage of a range of where they sit today, I think what would allow us to be able to modify with the times, to not necessarily have to go through, a full presentation as, typical businesses would do, to make market adjustments as we see the need moving forward. And like I said, that's not something that I would say, hey, everyone's on board tomorrow, it's now this. I think there's a lot of opportunities to have benefits for our current members that new members may not necessarily see. And I think that gives us some flexibility moving forward to increase revenue and hopefully make some bigger capital improvements on the facility.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boone had his finger up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Zach, for your update. I have one question. The renewal of the sponsorships with the swim teams and the other sponsors in the facilities, how do we stand on that?
We're in a good spot, I guess is the most blunt way to do it. The agreement that was originally with SwimMac was a 7-year agreement. So if I'm not mistaken, there's about 5 years left on that agreement. The Hambright is typically an annual, so that one was just redone under the latest guidelines. And then as we move forward with Atrium, there's been a lot of discussion with them. They're very interested in continuing on that agreement as well. And so we are in discussions with them to continue to do that.
Thank you.
Just a few. Do you know what the membership rate will be at North Mech? Has that been published?
I don't know.
Did you get any PPP?
No.
Okay. So you didn't apply for any PPP even though you had to lay off people?
So there was, and maybe Brian can explain a little bit more of the details, but based on our understanding of it, since we were intertwined with town government, we would not have been eligible for the individuals that would have been laid off at that facility to apply and get it. So no, for the individuals that were laid off and that are still laid off, there is no other protection.
Okay. And then, have you ever got a cost estimate for new lockers?
There is.
Because they were supposed to be put in 2 years ago.
Understood. So there's been some modifications to lockers. There's new lockers that were placed on the west side locker room space to kind of increase our capacity. The challenge that we have from a capital standpoint is we really need to take a look at year over year what impacts membership to obviously the overall bottom line. Not that I want anyone to break what we have. Certainly we need to look at that need, and as we look to try and grow that, certainly I'm open to in a discussion if there's specific projects the town would be most interested in attempting to tackle versus what maybe our ask officially to tackle year over year. I know we've had some very preliminary discussions on some of those items with town staff, and obviously looking forward to do that more and potentially take a look at that.
Well, if you gave me an estimate and somebody came across and said they want to donate a certain amount of money, like they wanted to donate here or some other equipment, it'd be nice if I knew what we were talking about.
Okay. I can definitely put it together for you.
Dan Boone locker room and the Melinda Bales locker room.
Certainly. I can get that number for you.
Yeah, please. All right. Just keep up the great work. I know it's a challenge. But I will tell people all the time, obviously I've done the outdoor stuff, I'm doing the indoor stuff, I'm swimming, I'm trying to be there, supportive, but I think it's very clean. Everybody's really great to deal with within the facility. So if you're watching outside this room, give us a shot, because I think it's a well worthwhile facility and can fit.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, Larry.
Larry's finished. He did it last night, so he's all done.
Yeah. Just to pull all this together.
Yeah, we'll make this quick, so Jake Cox
Hey,
can get up
Larry,
here and go through
hey, Larry,
part.
just want to let you know, I talked to MJ. He said you can just leave this here till we build a new town hall. They'll just drop that screen.
That'd be awesome. Thanks,
So
Jake
good.
Cox for being a team player.
Yeah.
So, we'll dive into this really quick. So, sake of time, we'll kind of go through this. So, general update, operational improvements, and capital needs. Same format as we did last year. So, general update. So, if you guys remember, we upgraded our phone system. We had an old phone system. We upgraded to a hosted phone solution. So that put us in a good place when COVID hit. So all the staff was able to take calls at their house. So it was a nice, easy transition. So that helped out tremendously. We replaced the network infrastructure, storage and backup. You guys approved that in the CIP last year. We've completed that. So we're now compliant legally with backups. Before it was 30 days, now we have different incrementals, months, days, and yearlies we'll do when we catch up to that.
Access control consolidation. Before it was all siloed off, so we had a access control in town center was different from town hall than Siegel and everywhere else. So we're consolidating all that, and hopefully you'll see here in a few minutes that we hope to finish up our other buildings as well. So we upgraded to a next-gen firewall. So that's going to help us out. The firewall that was in place was very, very old. So this will help us get a little insight on what we got going on. So we upgraded the internet speed. So in the past, the town was working on the 50 meg connection. So most of you guys have a faster internet speed at your house. So that was spread amongst all the buildings, the police department, town hall, town center, here at Siegel. So we were all using that. So now it's up to a gig. So that's a tremendous increase, and it's going to be very beneficial for the future. We hired a system admins guy in August to add to the staff. Before it was just Isaac and myself. He's taken on a lot of roles. He's helped with the firewall. He's helped with all the transitions of the storage and backup infrastructure. He has a lot of government experience, so that's very helpful. So one thing we're in the process of doing that's going to help the town out is we're in the process of updating security policies to industry standards. Right now, there's a lot of stuff that we do not have in place, different standards, different policies. So we're working on getting all that up to speed and where it needs to be. And as you know, about a month ago, we replaced the email filter. So we're using Mimecast now, so you're able to check anything from not only on-site, but off-site. So Mimecast is one of the best out there. So I know we battle with spam, and we have conversations all the time, but we battle with spam every day. So this is just puts us, as we move forward with this filter, we can kind of block more, and we have a little more flexibility. Operational improvements. The first is a security operations center. Just a really quick, 30,000-foot overview. What this does is it's like article for there's a company in Mooresville, so there's different companies. What they do is they take all our files, our log files for firewalls and all that good stuff, right? So they ingest all those logs and they put thresholds. So 24 hours they're watching this stuff. We cannot watch this stuff 24 hours. We're 3 people, right? So we can barely even take a look at it during the day. So they look at all the logs for any kind of anomalies, like if this account's doing this, it shouldn't be, and this is doing that, it shouldn't be. So they look at all this stuff, right? So that gives us insight into our network, so we can say, hey, are we being compromised or are we not? And this really came up in our Nickel Jesus, which is our IT conference. We had the opportunity to speak with some directors from other municipalities and counties that were impacted by, all the malware and all that stuff. So what they all suggested, and what you see a lot of municipalities doing is, because we're really targeted for some reason, is that they're going to these guys, Arctic Wolf, Corvid up in Mooresville, and saying, guys, can you guys ingest our logs, take a look at it? They're watching it 24/7, and they can basically help us out and give us that good insight. The second operational improvement we're working at is a mobile device manager. We have about 115, 120 iPads, iPhones, and things like that. A lot of issues we run into is that people leave, and then they're not changing their passwords, or they get locked out, and so we got a phone or iPad that we can't do anything with. It's just a brick at that point. With all the security features that Apple has in place, if you don't, turn off Find My iPad and all that good stuff, it's just a brick. And also, this will allow us to push out updates, set policies, and all that good stuff. And the next is two-factor authentication. A lot of people are starting to move towards this. We're a little behind, actually. So basically what this is, I'm sure you guys have seen it with Mimecast as well. You log in, it sends you a code, you put the code in to verify that it's you. So we're going to try to start with finance, admin, HR, and legal, people who have access to very important information that we don't want to get out. So we'll start with that and spread it out from there. Of course, this is very common these days, but we will try to move in this direction. Capital needs are very short this year. As you know, yes, sir.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
I heard you mention Corbett up in Mooresville. Is the SOC like ransomware? Is that what helps protect us against ransomware?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, ransomware. So basically what happens is we have admin accounts and stuff for system admin accounts. So what these guys do is they look for anomalies. So they look, well, this system admin account is trying to log into this, and it's doing this, and it shouldn't be doing, it should be doing this. They put thresholds and they look at all that stuff. And they help with remediation, and they help us look at all those logs. Yes, ma'am.
Are those annual costs or are those one-time costs?
Those are annual costs.
Okay.
Yeah, this is operational costs. Like Corvid, they do something a little different. They basically throw a security stack, firewalls, antivirus, all that stuff, and they help remediate. So there's other companies, Arctic Wolf, and that other municipalities use that kind of do the same thing they do, but they use what you have in place.
So is that who we're using is Corbett up?
We're not using any
Okay.
one, but we're in talks with those guys and others. We haven't nailed down a vendor yet, so we will once it's approved, and if you guys choose to approve this. Capital needs is to consolidate the access control system, the police department, the arts center, and this building here, Recreation Center. That'll be all our buildings. So basically what this will do is we'll have one key, one fob, one ID badge, and it'll bring all that into one system. So it's just more efficient, easier to manage, and it just makes a lot more sense from overall perspective. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Any kind of questions or concerns or? Yes, sir.
Seems like I have some for everyone, but just wanted to comment on the email filter. I love that new thing.
Thank you.
And really, Mayor, if you need me to do a special task for you, just call me.
He asked me first.
Twice, and you didn't do it.
And so, and to that fact, so this allows us to put in place what Will did. He put in rules for like you guys, right? And and staff, and so basically, what's happening is you'll see the email, like the email you got the other day. It said John Anarelli, and it had like something Gmail, whatever, right? So what this filter does is it says, all right, there's your name. This should be your email address, but if it's not, it kicks it out. So so you shouldn't see any more of those. But then again, it's a policy. If they change this or change that, it affects that. But it's an everyday battle, man, with spam and fighting that stuff. Any other questions?
Great presentation, short and sweet.
Short and sweet. Yes, right. Nothing about TIA.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Larry and team. Feel like we're in the 21st century with technology. All right. Hey, Mr. Jaycox.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Good.
Tired.
Thanks for coming.
You're tired, see? Just because my Seminoles beat the Cavaliers, Anthony gives me the worst spot of the day. Might let you win next time. So.
Surprised they even let you show up.
Yeah, I know. All right, so my
I
presentation.
promise we're all wide awake.
My presentation is pretty much project heavy. I got a first couple of slides just to talk a little bit about COVID and how we've had to change and do things and kind of what we're doing, just to kind of give you a quick overview. Then we'll jump into projects and so forth. Let's see. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure how this is even supposed to work. All right, so I'm a Friends lover. So I know my staff feels like this for the last 12 months. All right, we can do this now. Go ahead, we can do it. And then all of a sudden, something changes, and famous words. Pivot, there you go. So that was,
I'm not gonna watch the whole show.
we didn't have time for that. Well, this worked easier on the computer. That's on the video, so you're all right, so we should be good.
We'll see how it plays out.
They don't get the couch up there. If you hit on the side of the screen,
Oh, that's a good episode.
this worked good in my office.
Trying to throw Larry a curveball.
I think I'm on.
There we go.
Hey, you're here.
So this is just a screenshot of everything we've had to try to do to still provide programs and keep parks open and so forth. And, and the public from a standpoint of what's closed, if it's open, how many people can be there, what do you got to do to use the facility? And so from a standpoint of staff, our staff has done a tremendous job of being flexible, enforcing rules people don't like to be enforced upon, keeping facilities open. And one of the things we're most proud of is that for 8 months, we ran this facility for summer camp, remote learning, for many other programs. For 8 months, we did not have one positive case between staff or participants. So, that goes to the staff's hard work, and it takes a lot more effort to operate facilities and programs under these conditions, but they've done a great job and continue to do a great job. So currently, right now, the rec center's back open about 7 days a week. We're doing basketball. We are now allowed to have up to 25 spectators per court. So this weekend will be the first weekend where there's some spectators. We won't use bleachers, we'll use cheers, kind of like you see here. So we're slowly getting programs back up to normal, but we're not operating like they're normal. You gotta wear masks when you play the sports, even if you're indoors or outdoors. So we're still kind of getting through all that, but I know the community's been appreciative of us allowing them to do more activities in our parks here in the last couple of months. People are just looking to get out and to do things.
Michael, question on that. So participants are wearing masks inside and outside. Is there some type of indemnity? Because I guess this is the governor's orders. What happens if somebody gets, heart attack, stops breathing because they're wearing a mask? Is there any liability on the town?
Now, I know, like I said, we have waivers for participants who are participating in our programs. From a liability standpoint, I know High School Athletic Association's requiring it, so we're not the only ones requiring that. That's a recommendation from the state. I'm not an attorney to know, what, from a standpoint, if someone passed out for having a mask on playing a sport, what the, consequences of that is.
But we're going to find out, because I'm sure it'll happen at some point.
Yeah, we've been following the North Carolina High School guidelines because Mecklenburg County has, sometimes they've sort of shut down things. Obviously, we've kept our facilities open. And MJ and I have chatted about, well, what is the high school association doing, et cetera. What are their guidelines coming out? So we've been we have been following those guidelines where Mecklenburg County may have shut down and not even had it open. So we've tried to have some guidelines to follow, and those have been probably the most lax and still safe.
Do the guidelines state anything about liability if something happened? Maybe it's not our issue, but
Yeah, that's something we'll
it's
look
going to
into.
happen somewhere. Hopefully it won't happen here.
And Michael, you and I also talked about the fact that the participants do sign a waiver, so there is some limitation on liability with that waiver being in place for each individual participant.
I know that at HFFA, every class you sign up, you're basically saying, I'm waiving my rights.
So, yeah. All right, and also during this, we were pretty much shut down for about 3 months, from March to about June. We weren't doing any programs, no rental space or anything like that. And actually, did I skip this slide? No. But the one thing we did, we tried to do some interactive with the participants who may be in volleyball. We did some clinics online that people can train and still keep people engaged. From a standpoint of social media, that's been huge for us during that 3-month period to stay engaged with the community. As you can tell, the number of people following or liking our pages continue to increase even during that time. So that's one way we kept in touch with the community. So here's, every year we do traffic counts at our 4 major parks that have traffic counters, and there's a 2.5 multiplier we use for each car that comes in. It's kind of like a national average for parks. And then our indoor facility, we have a traffic counter here, and then at the school gyms, it's more of a visual count every hour between groups. So we've been tracking that for 10, 15 years now. So you see reserved use was down 30%, and part of that was last spring we pretty much lost the season, meaning there's probably about 2,000 to 3,000 baseball and softball games that were had to be canceled, including tournaments and so forth. But the overall park attendance was down 5%. But if you pull out the 6 school gyms we haven't been in 12 months, so really the park attendance is pretty much the same this last fiscal year as it was the previous year if you take out the indoor facilities. So we have seen a lot of new users of the park, meaning when they come here, you can tell they don't know where the amenities are. If they're playing disc golf, they don't know where the holes are, or we get calls about what time's the park closed. So we have a lot of new users to the park. So, and you're starting to see more use during the middle of the day, during the week than you used to see. So from a standpoint, the use of the parks overall is still heavily used, even considering for 3 months we had no active sports going on. All right, so we'll go quickly through the completed projects because most of y'all already know this. Obviously, Richard Berry Park, we opened November 2nd as part of the partnerships with Independence. Obviously, the last 3 or 4 weeks, you can imagine these fields have been lifesavers to still be able to play. So we're already reaping those benefits very quickly. We also got a lacrosse tournament for the first time that's coming in June, a big lacrosse tournament we at Berry. Previous years we couldn't host it because usually we're resodding the fields in June because it's summertime. So we've already seen the benefits of this facility. The CSD tennis complex, you all know about the partnership with CSD and USTA helping fund that project, and we're actually hosting the first state championship for USTA this June at this complex. So this just builds upon people coming here.
Is there any cost associated with town people using those courts?
Yeah, so it's open to the public, first come, first served, unless it's reserved. To reserve it, there's a fee.
Okay. And is it a different fee if you're a town resident versus somebody?
Yeah, it's a lower fee if you're a resident, then it's a higher fee for non-Huntsville resident, which is typical for all of our facilities. We charge a higher rate for non-residents. Veterans Park restroom building, so now we have a restroom facilities. They have a porta-john downtown at Veterans Park, so that's a huge benefit for the participants and users of the park and people who come to the events. The Bradford Park softball parking lot, so now this has been a huge benefit to the participants coming in for tournaments and even for regular season play during the week. They don't have to park in mud any longer like they used to, and Public Works did majority of this work. They did all the grading, the asphalt. Our staff did landscaping and sidewalks, so it turned out really nice. So this has been a huge benefit. Parks and Rec Master Plan was approved in September of 21. So what you'll see is all the projects now that we are proposing and talking about all tie back into the plan that we got community input from. So, you know, this is a 10-year plan, so also we don't do everything in a 5-year period. It'll be a 10-year period. But here, you know, here's the vision and mission that was part of that plan. You know, connecting, providing, preserving, and partnering. So those are the 4 main themes. So as you see projects, all those are going to tie back into the community input that we had through that process. And there's a famous commissioner. We don't name the person. I don't know if the commissioner even knows they said this, but during one of the meetings we had, the ability to learn and play at any level should be something we just do in Huntersville. So I think that's a good tagline. Also during the shutdown, so from March to June, we weren't doing any athletic programs or recreation programs at that time. So, you know, we always had an idea to do some nature trails out of Bradford Park, just never had the time to do it. So really, our staff, our programming staff, built this 1.5 mile nature trail pretty much by hand. About 80 to 90% was done by hand. And like I said, it's a rough nature trail, but it's got a lot of use. Perfect time for people to get away from everybody. And if you walk on this trail, you won't feel like you're in Huntersville. So that was the way I think Laura mentioned about moving staff around. This was a good point of, we got this done right before summer camp started, so it timed out just right. The bike plan approved back in December 7th. Also, we've already benefited from this plan with the state grant for the greenway going to the park, and we'll continue obviously to use this plan to make the town more connective from a bike standpoint as well as pedestrians. All right, current projects, Rosedale Nature Park, as you all know, you all approved the construction contract for that, and we hopefully will have a groundbreaking in March. Things start drying out soon, so we should be getting our permits next week, so everything's starting to line up for that. I've received quite a few calls the last couple of weeks from residents about, when's this park gonna get started, so I know the community's excited about it coming.
Hey, Michael, really quick, when will the connection, the Greenway connection continue on? When's the county gonna do that?
From the last we heard from their consultant, they're hoping to submit for permit in the next month or so, I think is what we heard. Yeah. So if they submit for permit in the next month or so, hopefully they should start construction by the end of the year, I would assume. And
Okay.
3 to 4 months for permit, probably.
Thank you.
Downtown Greenway, so phase 1, the part that goes to Holbrook Park, the clearing has been complete. Our staff is, once it gets dry enough, we'll start mobilizing, start doing the grading, putting drainage in and so forth. So when things start drying out, we'll really start getting that moving. So this picture here is from actually behind the White House, looking down the trail as it goes through the park. Phase 2, we got good news. CMS signed off on the permit application, so we have submitted for permitting for phase 2. So hopefully next 2 to 3 months or 4 months, hopefully that'll be ready to start going on that piece as well.
Michael, are we gonna do that internally or outsource?
Yeah, we're gonna try to do as much work internally. That project has a 300-foot boardwalk bridge, what we wouldn't be able to do internally, so that would have to be contracted out. But as much work as we can do internally, we will. Holbrook tennis and pickleball courts, like I mentioned before, the cold weather got here and the wet weather got here, and to do your top coat for the courts, you need 50 degrees and rising for at least about 8 hours, 5 or 6 days in a row. So, we're probably looking at March, hopefully, to get back out there. And it's only about 7 days worth of work left. Weymouth Park Sports Lighting, so starting next week, they'll start delivering the new lights. At the top is the old floodlight system is out there on the wooden poles, and the lower ones, the LED lights with all the technology, so you'll see a huge improvement for Weymouth Park softball field there. The Bradford Park soccer parking lot, I rode through Bradford on my way here today, so this weekend will be a tough parking here in the mud, and people have to use some sticks to get out of the mud, but we submitted for permitting, so hopefully the next couple months we'll get to go ahead on that. And the idea is once May and June the weather gets better, I know Kevin and them, hopefully they'll be able to do this again in-house for us, and we can get this done sometime this summer. This is the day these pictures were taken on a Saturday, but it wasn't even that wet out there, so there wasn't a whole lot of mud, but everybody will be appreciated once we get that started. And this is Torrance Creek trip too, so like I mentioned before, they are submitting a permit in here next couple of weeks, and that's just a update on that real quick.
My understanding is that we're having some difficulty with cats about coming through their parcel. Is that a correct statement?
I heard Enterprise was an issue at one time to get an easement for a wider sidewalk. I'm not familiar with the cats issue.
Okay, maybe they just said the cat's parking right.
Yeah, they had some issues with cats, because they worked everything out, but there was an option where they were gonna take some of the parking, like 2 or 3 spots, and they weren't in agreement of that, but last I talked to Mecklenburg County, everything was worked out.
Okay.
So we'll run through all of these, but obviously some of the ones that are so far out, we won't spend a whole lot of time on, but this is just a snapshot of 5-year capital projects. As you can tell, we're heavily Greenway focused, which is, what we heard from the community over the last couple of years. We want more Greenways, but there are some other projects in there as well. And once again, all these things tie back to we're trying to provide what the community told us they wanted in our master plan process. And like I said, we'll run through these and I think I told you all this during one of the meetings that I would be shocked if the county went along with both of these greenways and funded both of these greenways in the next 4 or 5 years. But, you know, they've already, county commission already approved that, so, you know, McDowell Creek and Clark Creek, from a standpoint of us, you know, funding that money for plan and design, and for them to be willing to spend $25 million on these two projects in the next 4 or 5 years, on top of what they're spending on these other projects, it's a very big surprise. So we were very fortunate from that standpoint. And I said, y'all know all about this, y'all approved the agreement. So, but, you know, this is exciting. This is huge from a standpoint of them to commit to that. And then you all know about the grant for the greenway through the park. This is one maybe not as familiar with. I know Melinda Bales has been here since we talked about this, because at one time we talked about doing a dirt way through here, and we had a few dollars set aside for that and put some culverts in a few years ago. And then a stream restoration project came up, and we thought, well, we don't want to do anything if the stream restoration project's coming. So that stream restoration project's well underway. The pictures you see, so during the process of how they're going to get equipment in and out to do the stream restoration, the one thing was we didn't want them to have to tear up the park coming in and out of the parking lots and driveways. So we're like, you know, we really want to do a trail up to where the property is behind CVS. So they have built the haul road, and it's pretty much almost setting up perfectly for the future trail. So what we have talked to the county staff is that these temporary crossings that are just for hauling stuff, can you leave those in place so in the next year, hopefully we're ready to build the trail, we don't have to come back and have a contractor put in crossings again on the greenway, for the greenway. So that's something I think is doable. That just got to make sure from a permanent standpoint for the contractor to close out that can happen. So this is really, whenever it dries out, take a walk down here. It really gives you an idea of how the trail would go through the park. So as part of this project, we do have 2 new bridges for the mountain bike trail that now is currently shut down. If you remember that, we approved budget money for 2 of the bridges for the mountain bike trail. So that will be a much permanent structure for going over some of those creeks for the mountain bike trail. Some of those bridges were in pretty bad shape. And then once again, you know, all these trails are building upon, you know, connecting 30,000 residents by 2030. And, you know, with these 2 agreements with the county, we're pretty much hitting on that. Hopefully next 5 or 6 years we'll be connecting 30,000 residents. Berry Park parking lot and restroom addition. So this is something we've talked about over the years. And one thing we had to figure out is we're adding the turf. We wanted to figure out, well, what's impervious, what's pervious, how much does it count for impervious? And so we still have about 2 acres, I think, left of impervious that we can put in. So from the standpoint of parking, really, the only other place we can have parking in this park is that upper level. And a new restroom at that upper level of the facility would make sense as well, since that is on the park-specific master plan. So we feel like, you know, with the amount of use this park gets, yes, we do have the school parking, but we also have the gym. When the gym's being used for volleyball on Saturday or basketball, even the school parking has a tough time handling that. You know, we try, you know, we do a little bit of overflow in that grassy area, but once again, now that these soccer fields have turf, you're gonna play when it's wet, so then your overflow's gonna be wet. Kind of same situation we had at Bradford. You're now playing when any conditions, so overflow parking becomes harder to use when it's wet outside. Holbrook Park expansion. So we've had this is a sketch we had somebody do for us about 10 years ago, and the idea is just an expansion of Holbrook Park. It doesn't have to be these parcels, but the idea is this will be our central park, you know, looking for 10 to 12 total acres in the middle of your downtown for green space. Splash pads, spray grounds, whatever you like to call them, is very popular. Downtown areas that really draws people. So we're just thinking with the more residents coming into downtown and making it more walkable, to provide more open space and places for people to go. This will be a good addition of the expanded Holbrook Park. Parkland acquisition, you know, we've been fortunate with the county doing most of that. As land continues to disappear, as part of the master plan recommendation is to look at, you know, maybe partnering with the county, and maybe at some point we might have to buy our own land to make things happen and to be able to get land where we think we need them. So those are the 5 circles that we identified for future parkland. So in the next 5 years, we'd like to try to start looking at, you know, obviously you know, land's gotta be available, so sometimes you can't say, well, which dot's number one? Well, a lot of times it depends on what comes available. And we have talked to the fire chief, because we know there's some areas he's looking for land for future fire stations out to the east. So I've talked to him that if you see a property that maybe you only need 4 acres, but the property's 18 acres, well, maybe that's an opportunity. We need parkland, that could be a fire station park joint facility, so that bugs in his ear in case he sees a property that's bigger than what he needs. Don't just disregard it. There might be opportunities to partner in that way.
Is that the Phillips Farm out there on the far right top? Maybe we can talk Stacy into donating it to us before she leaves today.
It's a park right now.
No parcels identified in there, just a big circle. Bradford Phase 3, so this is the overall master plan of Bradford Park, and you know, this master plan was done, I think, 2004. So what's not shaded out is what's out there now, so the 5 fields, the 3 soccer fields, the park, and then there's some disc golf course, 18-hole disc golf course out there. So the idea is now, if you're thinking, you know, what's going to be the next athletic fields we do? Well, this is really the only park we have that actually even has the space to add athletic fields at a current park anyway. So, you know, the thing that surprised me is Jack's presentation earlier. I didn't realize over 3,000 people, you know, moved into Huntsville just the last 12 months. I was like, man, that seems like the biggest number I've ever seen that he has shown in 1 year. So obviously, people wanted more activities outside athletics, but then again, you know, there's a lot of people playing athletics as well. So this is really our only opportunity to add without buying new land or with the county opening up land that they have. So the Cook property is one good opportunity, and they are master plan that, but there is no funding. It might be a next 5-year CIP, so hopefully that will raise up and that will be the next athletic complex.
Michael, does the county have any plans to connect over to Raymond Church on their additional property there?
Yeah, so originally when the light for the Bradford Park was put in, original idea was that connection will be made, but then what happened was when this turf project came up, and we asked the town of Huntsville asked the county, can you use $300,000 of that turf project for the 2 soccer fields and put the light around the church? Then the county was like, well, if we're doing that, they're not saying they would never do that connection, but they're saying we pulled $300,000 out of park money, and that made improvements to Rama Church in '73. That was completely funded with park money, county park money.
Okay.
So originally, yes, that was high on the priority, but now it's like, well, we did this, we're gonna spend $1 million to make this connection now, but you will still have to do that at some point. There was like a handshake agreement that the county would not add any amenities to this park until there was a stump into Rama Church, but that changed with that light going in there.
Okay.
So, and plus, it wasn't really a formal agreement. It's more of, yes, we won't add anything until we stub that in. But we know that's still a priority.
Okay.
MJ, how old is this master plan?
2004.
So I assume first step would be to obviously update the master plan, right?
Yeah, we've been talking to the county for a couple of years on that because this shows a rec center and some other stuff. And they agreed they wouldn't build a rec center here since the regional rec center is 4 miles away. So it's just something they're not in a hurry to update the plan. A rec center expansion, I think I mentioned this before. So this structure was built where you can add on to it. From a standpoint, we always knew there was going to need to be more space. So, you know, as this area continues to grow, indoor space becomes more of a challenge. So this will pretty much double the court space as well as some amenity space. And of course, the good thing is, you know, we've got another 120 new parking spots. The CPC just added we can now use on the weekends. So now we've got 220 spots right here. So parking here from on the weekends will never be an issue because, you know, college is not in on the weekends. So that is something we made sure we knew we were going to continue to grow, that indoor space was going to be needed. And just from an example, so right now, programming-wise, this facility's been open, and the Lakeland Charter Elementary School is the only school gym we've had access to since last March. So with having this facility, it's really allowed us to continue to offer programs. Huntsville Athletic Park turf. So we have 2 infields that have synthetic turf. They're about 12 years old. Probably the next year or two, we'll probably have to replace the turf on those fields. We have been looking for a partner to partner and turf the other 2 infields. We have been talking to Lake Norman Little League, and there's a good opportunity they might be able to partner with us to turf those 2 fields, as well as we'll replace the existing 2 fields at the same time. So, I think we're showing this out in 2 years. I guess, but if the opportunity comes up and funding's there and a partnership can be worked out, maybe we can move that up some. But I think the timing is pretty good from the standpoint. Next year or 2, you're gonna have to replace one. If we can go ahead and get the buying power of doing 4 at one time would be good if that partnership can be worked out. The hope was Lake Norman Charter School would be a partner since this is their home fields, but I think they're still trying to do something on their elementary school site. And once again, this one's pretty far out. We had talked about in the master plan trying to find a location for a bigger area for larger events. Veterans Park, you could hold for a concert maybe 400 people on the lawn. That's pretty tight. So we're looking for another site where you can hold 4,000 or 5,000 people. The first site we thought about is out here. The benefit of that, you got all the parking nearby. You got the indoor facility that can feed off the event. Now the bad thing is, this is grass, so if you want to have an event tonight, you would be in a mud pit. Another idea is have it at Berry Park at the bottom field where the turf is. Obviously you have turf, so then, an event like today, you'll be fine. Middle of summer might get a little hot because it's turf, so, you got to weigh your pros and cons, but we are searching, and Berry and half of the top 2 we're thinking about, but once again, we got time to think about that. Splash pad and spray ground is something we've been hearing about requests since 10, 12 years ago, and trying to find a place where we can add one that has parking capacity. North Mac Park, at the front of the park, that parking lot there is hardly ever full. North Mac Park we treat as more of a neighborhood park from the standpoint we're not trying to stuff big baseball tournaments here every weekend in the summertime. So we feel like with that, this might be a good location. We would have to get approval from Mecklenburg County to do this since this is not in the park-specific master plan for North Meck. But we know this is a huge request from the community every year. All right, so some of the smaller operating capital items, we'll just run through all of these, but that's just a list of them. Holbrook Park, so one of the things in the master plan, some of our playgrounds have poured in place, some of them have mulch. Obviously, poured in place is easy to maintain, it's easier for people, not only with wheelchairs, but it's easier for people. We have a lot of grandparents who take their grandchildren to parks we hear about all the time. So from a standpoint, the one at Berry Park is about 12 years old. You can see it needs to be replaced. But the things we used to do in the past, we used to try to, do things a little less costly from the standpoint up front. So this playground is part poured in place, part mulch, which is not very good long-term, because what you'll have is the velocity of water sheeting off the poured in place, washes out your mulch, or builds up around other areas connecting to your mulch. So we have a few playgrounds that are this way. It's time to replace this one anyway, so the budget request, this one will be actually pull out the old and pour it in place the whole thing. Don't have any mulch. I think Commissioner Boone had a resident talking about, especially with the little kids, the playground mulch sticks into their skin, it makes them itch, it scratches them. So there's a lot of benefits outside of just the wheelchair, which is very important, but also from other uses as well. So to the left is the poured in place at North Mac. We replaced that playground about 2 years ago. People love it, easy to get around. The playground to your right is at Holbrook Park. That playground's only about 4 or 5 years old, but it's all mulch. So this is one that's heavily used. We think this is a good candidate that should be poured in place. So our goal is over the 5 to 10 year period at some point that all of our playgrounds will either be poured in place or turf. Turf can only be used on playgrounds that are very short. So if you look out to the park out here, the playground on the other side of the parking lot has turf. This one nearby doesn't because this one's too tall for the fall height for turf. So this will have to be poured in rubber.
Michael, was the pour in place, is that a pervious surface?
I'd probably say it's impervious.
Okay, so town.
Yeah, because water
There's
doesn't.
that concrete.
Yeah,
you know.
water doesn't filter through it too good.
Okay.
It pretty much sheets off. North Mac Park basketball court, it's been about 7 or 8 years since we resurfaced that. Also, we got some large cracks starting to form there between the courts. The picture all the way to the right, we've done some caulking in the playing areas, try to get a little bit more life out of it. The goal will be, sometime this summer to resurface these courts. These are heavily used courts at North Mac. And this this is a good place to have, because a lot of times our indoor facilities are so much booked with games and leagues. At least we have some courts where people can go out and play, open play at any time. Very rarely do we book out these courts, we leave them for open play. So park maintenance, storage buildings, so the one thing people don't think about behind the scenes is from a standpoint, the growth that we've had, the requirements of maintenance and operations that we have, and then also thinking about where we're storing things. So right now we're storing equipment supplies in 4 different locations. We got stuff at the Blythe building, we got stuff at Foster's Frame building, we got stuff at Town Center in rooms they probably shouldn't be in, and then of course we got stuff in Siegel, which we only had that one little building to the bottom. So the idea is to do another 5-bay building at Siegel, with 2 of those bays being enclosed with climate control, the other 3 bays just being open bays. It's just we have stuff spread all out. We got some equipment that probably lasts longer if it was undercover. So where that star is kind of where we're thinking would be the best location. Us and the police department, because police department's looking to do a 5-bay building as well, and Public Works is helping with this, is that looking at working with an architect to give us some designs and layouts how both of these buildings could work on this property and function the best. So we think this is a very big need, and when the Blythe building goes away, we got Christmas stuff, we got Christmas tree stands at Foster's Frame, we got tables, chairs, portable stages, and a bunch of other stuff. So trying to have things centrally located, we can keep track of where stuff is.
Michael?
Yeah.
Real quick question on that. You had said the police department was looking at a 5-bay building as well?
Yeah.
Would it make sense to build a single 10-bay building to house both?
And that's something, as part of this process, that's something we can look at. Can we stick 10 in that one area, or can we stick 10 in the property that the town bought a couple of years ago? But that's part of that process with the designers. Okay, how can these work together? What's the best way, the cheapest way, and what is the best place to put it even long term? What are other needs that are needed for this land that we don't want to pigeonhole ourselves to be able to do in the future?
Thanks.
Bradford Park paved trail. The one thing I noticed the last 6 to 8 months is we're seeing a whole lot more foot traffic walking into the park, because you do have the traffic signal. The pet heads are in, but they're not active yet. And there's constantly people now walking down that driveway. Well, if you go out to Bradford Park after 5 o'clock on a weeknight or on a Saturday or Sunday, you're zigzagging between people walking in the street, people walking their kids in the street. As you can tell, there's a sidewalk that gets you to the park, but from there it just dumps you in the grass, or you just go out to the driveway. And we get a lot of requests from a standpoint of people who have their kids playing practice, softball, baseball. They want somewhere they can walk a loop, kind of like we have the soccer fields. So we feel this would be a good project that we could do most of the work in-house, is to make that loop and make that connection to the sidewalk. So where people, if you're walking from across the street, you can now do a loop, or you can get to the amenity without, you get to the playground without walking in the street with your kids. And like I said, there's amenity from exercising as well. And that's one thing we heard: greenways, nature trails, internal connections to the park, other types of trails, not just one type. So we think this is a good project.
So I assume those are mostly Davidson residents walking to the park. So where's Davidson on this?
Yes, we submitted this request to them to consider for their budget.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I was ready for that one.
It's a long way for a Huntersville resident to walk.
And here's another internal connection. Now, this one here, we have sidewalks out in front of the park. Also, there's not a lot of houses that can actually get to those sidewalks at this point. But we do see people walking up and down the driveway, exercising. But, this one's probably not as high on the radar as Bradford. Bradford, we know there's a true need there. Obviously, us adding the greenway to North Mac Park will help give people other areas to exercise and go on a trail. So, but from a standpoint of connecting, either way, I think we need to connect the front parking lots all the way to the back parking lot. Currently, right now, that's not connected. So this might be something we just do a piece of, not the whole thing. And if there's a need coming from 115 for a sidewalk, then we can connect all the way to. But the internal connection between all the amenities within the park would make sense. Weymouth Park additions, improvements. So the multi-sport court, that was a pretty popular amenity that we got feedback from the residents, and we do have a pretty big group of street hockey folks that come out and play on the weekends at Waymer. They're trying to use the tennis court, which is a lot smaller than what they need. They have to drop the net and put the net back up, and that puts pressure on the post and all these other things. And of course, the tennis court surface is getting all chipped up from their sticks hitting it, so it's not ideal use of it. So the idea is that now these multi-sport courts have become really popular now, that existing 2 basketball courts could be turned into that multi-sport court, where it could still be used for basketball, it could be used for street hockey, or it could be used for soccer, for that matter. So that's something we're looking at as part of our operating capital. Dog park, keep on hearing more dog parks. We got one coming, but we know we'll need more. There's a great site where the old playground used to be years ago, nice and shaded. This wouldn't take anything other than putting some fencing and a gate up. So, and then to me, the most important thing is the paving the gravel trail. I mean, because gravel is not very accessible for people to use. And once again, elderly trying to walk on gravel, if gravel gets washed out, and so forth, and mud gets washed across it. And also part of this paved trail, we'll also make the connection from the shelter and the backstop of the softball field is gravel. So we'll make that accessible and make that asphalt as well. So we just think that is an addition. It provides that trail more usable and less long-term maintenance to keep on going out there and trying to grade it out when it gets washed out from heavy rain events. Outdoor fitness, we heard this one here gets tons of use. It's got more use than I thought it would, and so we've heard more people want more outdoor fitness. So the idea is we like to put one at Bradford, put one at Berry, and you got one here in the center of town, and then we already got one going to Rosedale. So that gives you good spread across the town from the standpoint if you want to get outdoor fitness, and you got one not too far from where you live. And then that's the other potential location of another outdoor fitness facility. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to fulfill the 2030 plan that the community told us what they wanted, and this just kind of gives you a highlight of, just a reminder of the top requested amenities people wanted. We're pretty much nailing all of those with these projects in the next 5 years, and then common themes. One thing is we are going to do a small disc golf course at Berry Park. We walked the woods with some of the designers of disc golf, which actually Patton's on our staff designs disc golf. And we feel like we can get a good disc golf course there, because one of the things we heard is that it'd be nice to have a disc golf course on west of 77. So we're going to utilize the land that's out at Bradford to do that. And really, you're talking about $8,000 to $10,000 to buy the baskets. You get volunteers to help build it, staff to build it. So we'll be taking care of that. So everything ties back to the 2030 plan, and that's all I have.
All done.
Got 7 minutes.
There you go. See.
Any questions, comments?
Well, no, I would just like to say, I think it's a great presentation. You got a lot of things going on. I started playing disc golf with a buddy of mine because of COVID, being outside. And I was amazed of the number of courses, like in Cornelius, and you got Bradford, and disc golf is a very big sport now. And Bradford's really, really hard, so I'd like to have a lot easier course. I'd like to have something on my side over here, on the west side.
We had talked about that. So the one at Bear, we're going to try and make it a little easier than Bradford. Because I agree, I play a little bit, but I usually go to Bailey Road, it's easier than Bradford.
Bradford's very, very challenging.
Yeah.
We'll get you a junior one.
Yeah, I need.
Oh, Commissioner Boone has his hands up.
Michael, thank you for the presentation. North Mecklenburg Park is one I use all the time. Whoever's taking care of that is doing a good job. Tell them thank you. The 55 and older community that's up by the soccer field in the back, there's probably about 10 to 12 people that come down there in the summertime, walking down that hill, and they're all over 55. And they've kind of made that trail themselves. Just might be something to look into.
I'm glad you brought that up. I should have brought that up earlier when I had that slide. So we had a piece of equipment we were using over at the Greenway and at Holbrook Park, and we still had some hours left on it. We actually took it over there and cleared on our property. We cleared some of the space for us to be able to add that trail. So our plan is this year, our staff will go ahead and, now we tried, the people who live there and us will try to get the property owners to meet us out there to try to make that connection, but there seems to be no interest other than from the residents.
Right.
And so we're gonna be able to bring up a paved trail up to the property line, but from there, we can't connect it to their parking lot because it's their property. So yes, that is, we've seen that a lot. I've met with the residents out there, and like I said, where they're coming down now is pretty steep, so we're gonna grade that out and put a culvert and tie it right into the trail.
Okay, thank
Glad
you.
brought that up.
How do we, like with the like the splash pad and like the, you know, the county's old as heck master plans, how do we get that ball rolling?
Yeah, so if there was interest to do the splash pad, I think right now we got it pushed out, but if there was interest to do it sooner, we would actually start talking to them saying, look, we know this is not in the plan, but, and also, their park master plan, from the request, they've heard that there's a need for a splash pad in the north part of the county, so their plan is even saying that too. So from the standpoint of just starting that discussion, kind of like with Berry Park, to do the turf, we had to go through their process to get approval, so that's something we just have to do because it's their land. So if it's something we want to do sooner rather than later, then we would start those discussions sooner.
Have you guys shared with them about the little guy Gabe who really kind of started the conversation and the petition?
I'm not sure that with them.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, and I think the county will not argue that there's not a need or want, because they hear the same thing we do. It's just finding that place where we don't want to put something in a place where there's not enough parking for the amenities already there.
Yeah.
But from us looking at North Mac, that front parking lot is very rarely ever full.
Yeah.
And then it's the way we program the facility. Now, if we shove tournaments in 10 straight weekends in the summer, well, then guess what? You're not going to park in the splash pads. So the way we program it can help, you know, address that issue with parking.
Okay, I just, because, you know, we have this little kid who's like super passionate about it, and I want him to be able to use it. I don't want him to age out of something he's asking us for.
Yeah. And we all know that amenity will get tons of use, no question about it.
Well, you guys got a lot done over since our last meeting, so congratulations and thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your support.
Don't forget, there's a splash pad right over there. Don't forget.
Now, that one's not, well, that one actually has water, so you need lifeguard and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
This one here is just concrete.
I know.
Parkdale.
Yeah, Parkdale's similar.
Commissioner Munger.
Yeah, in general, I feel like Skybrook residents are a little bit underserved. Have we considered trying to partner up with Concord to serve, because it would be kind of in that area?
Well, actually, I'm glad you just mentioned, I got an email about 30 minutes ago. The county is working on the Eastfield Road Park plan. They just asked me who was a contact at Skybrook. They want to find a way to get HOA involved. So I'll send you an email after this, and maybe you can help me connect to Skybrook folks.
I might have somebody for you.
They have a lot of HOAs there.
Yeah. So they're actually wanting input, and as they develop that master plan, it's right down the street from the neighborhood, so.
Yep, it'll connect in and connect into the 55 and older. That's it? Wow.
Well done.
You all want to
thank
finish
you all.
on time?
3 minutes early.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony, you have any closing comments?
No, I mean, staff did a great job, all their work. I just sit here and look stupid, but they did a great job, and I appreciate it. And show up tomorrow.
The heavy lifting's tomorrow, huh?
We have to?
Don't have to, but
Bring a check.
I understand that if you don't, folks, tend to put stuff in the budget for you.
I don't know if they told you, but tomorrow we're actually going to do this.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you all for coming.
Definitely not. Even though you had to be here.